Oh my god, I completely forgot to set the game up. Hello, my darlings. Hello, hello. Let's get the game up and running. Here we go. Hello, and welcome to Cities Skylines 2. Welcome, my dear Reverend, my dear Jen. Hello, darling robot rainbows and wee cabbage. I do hope you have all been having a most marvellous Monday, and that your weekend was just as sublime. We are going to be asking you to cross your fingers and wish us the best of luck today as we try to keep City Skylines from collapsing in on us. If you were here with us at the beginning of last Monday, you will be aware that it just kept crashing over and over on us, and we lost about an hour's worth of labour producing things when the city just gave up on us. So instead, today I have actually figured out how to set up the autosave feature. Crashes aside, do you prefer this game or the first one so far? The road tools in this are so far superior to City Skylines 1 that for that purpose alone, for that very reason, I think this is far better. That's honestly all it takes for me. The fact that these roads, I can make them, I don't have to make everything at a perfect angle. It works. It just works. You wait for it to stabilize, then you might give it a shot. I don't know if it's going to stabilize much more. They've announced that they're not actually putting out more patches. So one thing I did, I gave it a little test. If you were here on Monday, you will know that we built a subway system just before the game crashed on us. And then we tried to build it again, and it crashed again. So, I have gone ahead and just built it, and I took that time to sort of test and see if it was running smoothly. And thus far, we haven't had a crash. Again, fingers crossed. The subway is operational now, as long as they don't crash into each other. There we go. Marvellous. Okay. So yes, the city is, so far, running rather smoothly. Also, I'm not sure how I turned on the camera mode there. I'll have to figure that out better later. So we're going to hope that it just keeps running. I assume it will, but, you can never be too certain. I didn't really do anything to try to fix it, I admit. So, now I'm going to have to try and remember all the things we did last time we played. Oh, hello there, Spiritual, my dear. I hope you're doing well today. So one thing we need to do, we need to get, I think, a wastewater treatment plant. Is that it? We do, which we don't have upgraded. Can we unlock that right now? We can. Right, a water treatment plant. So let's build a water treatment plant over here. It's absolutely priority. Magnificent. I tried to say magnifique and marvelous at the same time, and I said magnificent. Okay. Alright, and now we can get rid of a few of these that are pumping just so much sewage into this river. We don't really get rid of all of them, but this one here at least. And probably this one as well. And then we just move this one over a little bit, maybe, perhaps. Marvelous. Delicious sewage water. Magnificent, indeed. Magnificent. Okay, increases the water flow and reduces the amount of sewage being expelled. And that only costs about 10k a month, so we'll build that. And we'll also build that. So hopefully that pumps out a little bit less sewage into this nasty river. Because we're going to turn this island into newest Jersey. We have New Jersey over here, of course, but we need newest Jersey. You're waiting for Taco Bell. And you're very excited. I do like Taco Bell. If you eat enough of the garbage, the game will work. I mean, it will help our garbage trucks at the very least. I'm a big fan of Taco Bell myself. Well, I was. I enjoyed Taco Bell, not because it was good, but because it was cheap. And then at some point they just decided not to be cheap anymore. Sure, let's just put a bunch of row houses down here. How are you doing today, Foxy? I mean, aside from the Taco Bell incoming. Hello, Yali, my dear. I hope we're having a marvelous Monday. Okay, we're going to change all of this industrial over to row housing. Well, not all of it, but a lion's share. And then we actually have to build some more offices. Now, if I remember correctly, we built a nice little area over here where we also included a welfare office. Very important. We want our people to be able to access welfare. Okay, there we go. Wonderful. So we're going to build the welfare office somewhere over here, because this is not the wealthiest area. And we want to make sure that the standard of living here is a little bit better. As you can see, we have almost 5 million in the bank, but we are losing a little bit. Also, I forgot to build our fire break here. We're going to need to do that promptly before this forest fire consumes our gas power plant. So do tell me, darlings, how was your weekend? Did anyone get up to any mischief? We decorated the solarium and finished all of the sewing work on a major cosplay project that we're working on. We'll be uploading some of the teasers into our Patreon zone. Let's just get rid of a few more here. I'm just a bit wary. I probably overdid it with the fire break last time. You know, we don't really want the fire to reach the oil sands. There we go, that's probably fine. Alright, slowly all of these industrial buildings are disappearing, being replaced. We didn't do much, but you went downtown in the evening Saturday and watched people drive their boats that were decorated on Christmas night, so that does sound fun. We took all the kiddies to the Polar Express train show. I do imagine that would be rather overwhelming. And you found the correct paint. Well, that's wonderful, Spiritual. Just the right shade of grey. Hello, my dear Fairy Bites. Are you going to share any of this milk bread? Because I'm quite peckish. I love my carbs. Okay, let's... no, that's not what we wanted. Okay, let's just go like that. What is it overlapping? It's overlapping the road. That doesn't make any sense. Of course it's overlapping the road. I'm trying to build a road here, connected to this other road. The hell do you mean it's overlapping? Okay, let's forget that road. Doesn't want to cooperate. And we'll just get rid of that little nubbin right there as well. Hello, my dear Chaos Them. Hello, hello. You're not too late. We've barely started. Oh, I know it is spiritual. That's why I assumed that's what you were using. Okay, let's just add a few more factories right here. Right next to the prison. The prison which is currently, this gigantic prison which costs us 20 or 200,000 credits a month. It's absolutely cost. You know what? Let's close down the prison for now. I don't care if it increases crime a little bit. There's one person in there. They can be free. I can't be bothered to pay for that. if we put it right across there. Wonderful. And let's just build a little bit more industry in here. Marvellous. And we were going to build some offices over here. Glad to see the city isn't crashing yet. Well, if it does crash, which is a distinct possibility, we thankfully did enact the autosave feature. So we're going to get an autosave every 10 minutes or so. And if we lose everything in a crash, well, we won't lose everything in a crash. That's sort of the idea. Won't be an issue. And let's just keep building a grid over here. There we go. Good indeed. Yes, it's wonderful. Wonderful to have that sort of safety net now. I don't know why autosave isn't a default functionality of the game, but it's not. The developers just decided that you have to enact it yourself. Hello, my dear Kachai. Oh, I almost missed you sneak in. How are you doing, darling? Let's just build this up. So this is our subway. Well, it occurs to me actually that that should definitely be straighter than it is. Sentences that I would say to let you know that I was being held hostage. That should be straighter than it is. There we go. You are in warm pain and you just got back from a 6-hour tattoo sitting. Ooh. Well, that's exciting. Did you post the tattoo in the Discord somewhere for us to see? Because I must see that later. Now, we need to build a welfare office somewhere over here, don't we? How are we still losing money? I closed the prison. That's a rather smashing fit, given that I just eyeballed the entire thing. Okay. It's a bird. You have a herring gull flying over the ocean. Well, that does sound lovely. Right, so this right here is a welfare office, so I'm going to put low rent housing right here. Makes sense to me. Just around there. Then we will put a little bit of high density. Just a smattering. Some more medium. Some medium with commercial. And we will let that fill up a little bit. And then we want more offices as well. Oh no, we need high density offices, of course. Those are row houses. Let's change that to office buildings. We don't need row houses at the core of the city. On the other side, you have a rather crappy pigeon, and the plan is to add some background, give the pigeon a facelift, and tie the two together. Ooh, pigeon with a facelift, how wonderful. Okay, how are things going? Population is increasing. Our finances are doing just the opposite. That's fine. We'll figure it out in time. Needs it. Well, I trust that you know what your pigeon needs better than I do, darling. Although I wouldn't dare give Hermes a facelift. Why are these buildings abandoned? Oh no, they're not abandoned yet. The rent's just too bloody high. Or the taxes are... Oh, rent. They want higher density or different zoning. Well, I don't know. I can't really do higher density of industrial. There's only one density, so I'm not certain how that's supposed to work, even. Okay. Well, we are running smoothly thus far. Famous last words. The fire break... It might not... Oh, I think that'll be fine. If not, hopefully the firefighters are ready. Chemical plant, still operating. Industrial demand just remains constant. I'm not sure we can ever actually meet it. This is empty, yes? No, it's not. But it is emptying. Our goal is to shut down this, and we can put more industry in this area. Again, I do believe we did that previously. So let's mark out. We need to mark out our new, or rather, newest Jersey. We'll incorporate this little island as well. There we go. Now let's rename it. Absolutely important. Newest Jersey. There we are. What else can we do here? We can... Is there any way we can make this city worse? I don't think these things will actually make it worse, necessarily. That's fine. I'm sitting in an entirely different chair than I'm used to. There we go. Having to adjust everything so much to get comfortable. These people are complaining that there's pollution. Well, you did move into reclaimed land, so we should probably just get rid of the zoning there. Too much. There are not enough customers. I see. How's the hospital operating? It's costing us just a bloody fortune for 59 patients. Is it as comfortable as my other one? Well, it's more comfortable than my other one, but it's it requires more pillows to keep me closer to the microphone. Alright, so I should show you our new subway system. It loops from over here. This is, I suppose, our central station. For now. City Skylines 2, I don't think, has traffic hubs. Not traffic, public transport hubs. It doesn't have transport hubs at all. And so this is our main sort of area where we have the train station connect with the subway. The subway goes along here in a cycle around the city. Just not that many stops, all things considered, but that's because our buses and trams are quite functional as well. And then we have just one little sector that goes through the city so that we have a hospital connection. You know, for when you need to go to the hospital but you can't drive, and you don't want to order a ambulance, because of course those are bloody expensive. Because this is an American city. I see a lot of people actually travelling here, so I think the smart thing for us to do is there's just a big wave of people travelling. So let's create a footpath. See if we can cut some of their time. That connect up properly? I'm not actually certain. Ah, it did. I couldn't see. It's bloody hard to do things at night. There we go. Now people could just go down that path if they want to access the subway system. Potentially it would have been better to put it there, but I think this is just a good position, all things considered. Apparently it was a very expensive path, because now we're losing money again. Right, is any of this area over here being zoned properly? We do have some offices springing up, so that's good. And these are the low rent houses. I see, basically tenements. That's good. And again, they're right near the welfare office, so the people don't need to drive anywhere to get their welfare sorted out. They just have to walk down the street. Shouldn't be too much of an issue. Oh my god, is that another fire? Okay, that fire's gone out. This one is now going to be an issue. It's fine. It's so far away from our city. It'll be fine. How are things on the Umber Bridge? We haven't checked that out yet. No traffic coming this way. And it looks like none over here either. Good. Everything's working smoothly. Now, is that because... do we have some good public transportation usage? Yes, the tram is moving about 10,000 people every month. Given that the tram only runs along like one major street, aside from in Jersey, that's rather impressive. Now I think, let's check on the college. The college is sort of filling up. How much would it cost to build an extension? Okay, we can afford to hold off on that now. But eventually we might need to build an extension. How are the people? They're not too happy about the noise pollution or the electricity fees. You would think the electricity would be cheaper since we're making our own gas, but no. I need that money. I think these houses are probably a little bit small here, so let's go and upgrade these. And by upgrade I mean we're going to go through and make them into row houses. I'm sorry, no single family homes right in the core of the city. If you want that, move to Jersey, or whatever this city is going to be called. 10,000 people at once. There are 10,000 people just on this one tram. Where's the nearest tram? There it is. I'm actually curious how many people do we get on one tram. There's one. So this one has only 30 out of 240 passengers. Now that's not spectacular, but that will increase in time. At least everyone's not too crowded. A ring of fire. Well, that ring of fire is not a concern. Look, it's already been extinguished by the rain. In fact, all the fires, except for... oh no, that's just a car crash. It's not even out. It's not even within our territory. So, really not a concern. And the subway is starting to pick up traffic. And that's good. We really, at the end of the day, we want so many people using the subway line. The other lines are mostly just to get people around. I think we should probably build some bus lines down here. We don't really need them. I mean, we should. But I don't want to spend more money right now. So we'll wait. We'll wait till things improve financially. I love this area. I mean, I'm sure that the drivers don't. Look at this. This is a disaster. Somehow we haven't had a single car accident here. Oh my god, that audio is loud. Let's turn that down slightly. Okay, yeah, somehow there hasn't been any motor vehicle accidents here. I don't know how long that will last. Especially, this is coming right off the highway. Who are you? Jeremy Johnson. He's wretched. Trafford Glover. So many interesting individuals. I sure hope their teeth aren't very complicated. Look at all these neon signs. I love it. If only we had a little bit of a way to decorate it additionally. Now, this is the one thing I can hold against Cities 2, is that it just doesn't have the sheer massive content that Cities 1 had. But the content it has is implemented better. And I anticipate as DLCs come out, we will be seeing more and more content. New York. Yes, that's exactly it. This is New York. This whole island is going to be New York. That's the goal. We're going to decorate the entire island, cover it with high-rises and such. $26.9. 9 is bigger than 26. Is that what you're saying? Oh no, you're saying you're open 26 hours a day, 9 days a week. I see. That's a clock in the background. I don't think that's accurate. No one wants to move into the row houses here that I've planned. I wonder why. Could it be the terribly stinky river that makes the Thames smell fresh by comparison? Or could it be the fact that the ground is so thoroughly polluted? Or the fact that there's still several factories right across the street? It's very colourful over here. We're just sort of zooming around and see. You know, why are we losing so much money? Let's have a look, see. There's all the service upkeeps, of course. We don't need a loan, certainly. I don't want to raise residential taxes too much, because I want the buildings to be upgrading. We are making, as before, money off of education. What can we lower? Why are the police costing us so much bloody money? Is it the welfare? You know what, it must be the welfare. We're losing a lot of money from welfare. Let me check. That doesn't seem like we'd be losing that much money. Honestly, I have no clue. It's hard to tell. The best thing we can do, though, is just to keep expanding, because eventually we'll turn a profit. And we definitely need more people. Now the thing is, if we start increasing this medium density, high density, if we start building those, if we start building medium and low density, I'm not certain our high density buildings are ever going to actually come. Something tells me that demand for high density doesn't actually start until demand for medium density gets filled. It's hard to tell, really. At any rate, let's build a little bit of housing over here for the students. There's not actually much housing in this area. I think we're going to get rid of this road. I don't like it. I think that's better. There we go. And then over here, we will build a nice curved road. Straighten it out to there, and then we curve it. Wonderful. Actually, I hate that. It's a terrible curve. Let's just start from here. There we go. That is much, much smoother. Much nicer. There we are. Now, we do mostly work in grids, but it is nice to have the variety. This is a 4-lane divided road. I want to expand this out. Variety is indeed the spice of life, as you say, my dear Kachai. And it's the spice of city building. I mean, God knows, grids are dull. But we will build a nice little grid here. Actually, you know what? That's a terrible angle. We want 90 degrees there, not there. Now let's pack this full of housing. I want to put a little bit of row housing right in here. And then some medium density. Oh, what is this? Gatehouse Residences, a highly decorated residential building whose tower designs invoke the feeling of majesty and fantasy in its residents and everyone nearby. Okay, well we'll definitely want to build one of those. Not certain where, but we'll want to build one. Another high density right there. Now the high densities, they're not going to show up for ages. But we're going to zone them nonetheless. Put those there because they're closer to the highway and nobody wants to hear that. As someone who lived previously next to the highway, my god, atrocious. How are we losing so much more money? We're just expanding and it's costing us. It's fine. It's fine. We have so much money in the bank, and as you see, even though it says we're losing money, we keep gaining money. I imagine that's because we're selling so much electricity. Unless, is that incorporated in here? It is. So the government automatically grants the city subsidies depending on its economic situation. A small city in an overall weak financial situation with poor tax revenue and low service fees receives a fair amount of subsidies, while a larger city in a good financial situation with high revenue stream receives only negligible to no subsidies. So we're not big enough yet to get the government stop giving us money. And thank goodness for that. They're basically paying for the hospital. terrible chaos then, but as someone who likes to sit outside and enjoy peace and quiet, it wasn't too pleasant either. Now I can just sit outside and hear nothing but birds. And coyotes on occasion, which are most welcome. I find them quite charming myself. Okay, I don't think people will walk across here, which is a bit of an issue for us. So let's add some walkways right about here. Can we? There we are. Let's have a little zoom over here, have a look at the school. Oh my god. We're trending very far down. It's fine. It's fine. Things will improve. We have to sort of operate at a loss for a little while. How big? Oh, that is way too big. I was thinking maybe we put an overground station here. I thought that would look nice. It won't. Also, this is off-center, which is going to drive me up the wall. Can we actually move that? Would it fit? What just happened? The station completely disconnected. Interesting. Like, it disconnected from the tracks and everything. I didn't even know it could do that. Okay, that didn't help either. I'm quite intrigued. Oh, okay. Interesting. And that stop still works, does it? I am perplexed by that. I am completely perplexed, but you know what? If it works, it works. And it does seem to still be functional. Okay. And it does seem a lot more centered. I mean, not perfectly, but it is much better than it was. We haven't experienced them. They sound a lot like dogs as well. A lot of people are afraid of them, but they're really not. They're pretty harmless, unless you're, you know, a very small child and they are very hungry. Or a very small dog or cat or something. Generally, you don't want to leave those unattended outside anyhow at night. Okay, housing demand has dropped rather significantly. Unfortunately, we're still not making a profit. We might need to build just more offices. I get the feeling that that's what's needed right now, is just a bunch more offices. Also, this park is just way too large and a little bit too rural for this area. So let's replace it with something a little bit more fitting. A plaza of some sort. Or a dog park. Everyone likes a dog park. I mean, except people who don't have dogs and are stuck next to them. Have to listen to the barking. We can put another lodge plaza here, that might be nice. Or a large city park, I think that's the ticket. Also, we will... No, we won't expand that out, but we will just... Okay, it seems we do need to have it snap. Fine. There we go. Okay, well that's a nice looking park. I'm sure the people living over here will appreciate it, as will the people living in the row houses right there. Now, I am going to take this road and drag it out a little bit. I see no reason not to. And then we're going to get a small road, and we're going to curve it inwards here. Actually, no, I hate that. Let's get rid of that. It's atrocious. But we can put one right here at a 90-degree angle. And I think that will serve us nicely. We'll put something there. Medium density, perhaps. We're going to upgrade these houses. There we are. So I made that medium, yes? I can't recall. Okay, and then we will just put a little bit more medium density there. And then over here we're going to build more office space. Office space is, as you can see, in very high demand. And I think we can make a fair profit with it, so with all that in mind, we need more of it. Not only are coyotes, as Chad is talking about still, quite smart, but they're also very sociable animals. Not with people necessarily, but they have wonderful little family structures. There we go, just a bunch of grids, that's fine. They're all relatively distinct, and that's what's important. There's a bit more there. Let's do some lower density offices right here. And then over here, I want to put some high density commercial. And we'll expand on all this later. We're going to need parks here, though. Absolutely. Not a playground, of course, that would be silly. There's no children here. I think the best place to put a park would actually be right here. Although it doesn't... Does it line up nicely? I think it does, actually. It does. Okay, and we can put some trees along there. Well, maybe they were singing back to see him, or maybe they were telling you to shut up. We can't be sure. You might have offended them. You can't speak coyote, so it's kind of hard to tell. There's the London plane. There we go. Oh, you know what, actually? Linden trees will probably be nicer. Let's just go with the hickory. There's nothing quite so satisfying as when something fits in a space that you made without planning on it. Okay. One thing I do wish, I wish this had a feature to spin automatically each time it placed, because I can't be bothered to do that myself. But it would help with the realism, certainly. Sure, that's good enough. Okay, it still says that we're losing money, but we're still gaining money. I'm flummoxed, truly. I don't think our accountants know what they're doing. That's fine. That is not 90 degrees. It might be 90 degrees to the... I suppose it is. Alright, 90 degrees to the road itself. I don't care for that though, so that's... yes, 180. Marvellous. What do you mean they didn't call back when I tried? I didn't try. Certainly don't recall yelling at the coyotes. Okay, we'll put some row houses there, because that's a nice square. All these tall buildings. We can get the tall office buildings. No one wants to move into the tall housing, though. Everyone just hates... They love medium density, but they refuse to live in the skyscrapers. Oh, look at that. Lovely sunrise. And it actually does show us making money, for once. Don't feel safe at night going out with all the crime, please. Well, unfortunately, we had to free the prisoners. Prisoner, singular, staying in this massive prison. Just wasn't efficient. Oh, good. We could destroy the landfill now and start putting more industrial over here. We're going to put a little bridge here too. Now if we connect it here. Oh, there we go. That's a nice little roadway. And then we can put some roads going off here. Beautiful. And we're just going to absolutely cover it in industrial. Again, this is what this area is for. This is New Jersey. New Jersey, sorry. Not that there's a functional difference. Although we don't have a little devil yet. We need to get our own devil. We need the Leeds family to just, well, we need a family first that everyone hates, and then we'll have them, we'll just accuse them of being the devil. And it'll be marvellous. So let's find a family, wealthy family, somewhere in Jersey, and we will accuse them of devilry. You got a cardboard cot. On your food box. You've been stabbed by the fries. That is cruel. That is absolutely cruel. I do hope you're alright, dear. Things are going quite smoothly here, if you ignore, you know, all this over here. How are things going on in this section? Seems rather nice. Mail continues to be very popular. People just love the mail. The money is absolutely rolling in. And I didn't even have to raise taxes. Somebody's waiting for an ambulance. That's fine. It's all starting to come together. Steak grilled cheese fries too. Oh, well, in all honesty, darling, I wouldn't care about getting cut with something that delicious. I mean, that sounds like it would be worth it. Okay, we're definitely not getting any high-rises built anytime soon at this rate. But that's fine. As long as we're making money. Demand isn't too high for anything except for commercial and industrial. Now, I'm not certain where they even want the commercial. And, frankly, a lot of the commercial industries are complaining that they don't have enough customers. So, I'm not certain if I should really be building more. Rather zoning more. One of the things I do like about this game is you don't actually build anything. Can we build though? I forget already where the... here we are. Specialized buildings. We want to build the Gatehouse Residence. Now this is a +10 well-being within 2.5 kilometers. I don't know how large a kilometer is in this game, but I assume that's quite significant. We're going to put these actually right on Central Park. I think that's vital. Absolutely, look at that. Wonderful. You're right. Fairy bites. Leashes do make everything a little bit better, don't they? Oh my goodness. Look at the amount of cells we need for some of these things. I'm curious. Forestry area hub buildings. Okay, anyhow, I have been informed that... Oh, what's this? We need a technical university. I suppose I have to unlock that still. Okay. Now, I think over here, since there's still industrial demand, I'm thinking that we should go ahead, claim a bit more territory over here, and build a quarry. Because we can build quarries wherever we want. Okay, oh, there's fertile land over here. That might be worth going and grabbing. We could call that Leeds over there. Okay, and then that's where the devil could be. Down there in the Pine Barrens. Okay, so I want to build stone mining. We'll do it right over here. And then we're going to go and purchase these tiles. We have the money. Wonderful. Now, first and foremost, the game's going to demand that we build a road to connect this up. That's fine. And now we go ahead and we start zoning. Oh my goodness, immediately. And as I said, we want to build just a massive quarry over here, because that will help us start producing concrete. Which I don't think actually does any good for us, but still. My understanding is the way the economy works in cities too, you do need a little bit of everything to function. And if you don't have it in your city, you have to import it. And if you're importing it, of course, it costs more money. So let's try to be self-sufficient, Plus, look, we get these gigantic things. Everyone loves these things, except for the fact that they're destroying the environment. JC, hello, my darling. Welcome. Everyone give some head pats in the chat for dear JC. Welcome, my dear. I hope you're having a good day. Having you here will certainly improve ours. Okay, we need to actually fix this up a little bit. It's a little bit on the ugly side. There we go. That should fix things up. Wonderful. Got to make sure the concrete has the proper nutrients. It's very important. Yes. Eat up. Can we actually expand this at all? I don't think we can. No. Alright. Fair enough. Oh my god. Okay, that's a trend we want to see. Does that mean we are no longer getting government subsidies? We aren't. Okay, that's fine. I'm content with that. We might actually be able to lower the cost of electricity at this rate. Okay, so currently it is at... $2,400. Oh, we can absolutely afford that. Let's just lower the service fee. Not 2,400. 240,000. Yes, my dear Voxy, get back to your science. We shall miss you terribly, but, you know, science waits for no one. You must discover all the things. Oh my god, that's not good. That is very bad. That is... Oh, that is right in the middle of our industry. Do we have any fire station over here? We don't. Okay, let's just build one right here, very quickly. That is vital. That is a bad thing. I have all this empty space in here. we should probably do something about it. So I'm going to drag this up here. Oh, perfect. We can just meet that up with that. Why on earth is this... That does not need to be that big. It's a back street. Okay. You know what, actually, this can all be medium density. We don't want commercial there. We've got plenty of commercial over there. Now, over here, let's squeeze a few... Well, actually, if we could put that there, that would be marvellous. Or that. Let's go with that. Stop trying to connect to things. Let me do my bloody job. Oh, that's terrible. There we go. 180 degrees, exactly as we want it. And then I want to put high density right there. And perhaps a park. Do we have more? We need more parks out here. Let's do an outdoor gymnasium. It'll fit perfectly right there, without knocking anything over. Somehow we still haven't had a single incident over here with regards to the traffic. Miracle. I keep expecting an accident. Right, we're still making money. Not as much money, but still making it. That's all that matters. Now, I'm thinking over here, I would like to build a little bit more farmland. As it so happens, my understanding is this over here is livestock. This does not need to be livestock. We're going to get rid of this. Because this is fertile land. And the livestock don't need to be on fertile land. On the contrary. So this is this vegetables or grain? I mean, it looks like grain, but it's grain. So let's get some vegetables on the other side. And these right here, we're going to just shrink them down. Or rather, we're going to bring them underground. Seafoam has come and given me a smooch. How lovely. I'm over here getting smoochies and you're getting nothing. Alright, let's try to make this, like before, just as big as possible. We want to grow as many vegetables as we can on this fertile land. Sure, I'm going to build it right up to the train track, even if that isn't the most fertile land. that's not quite right. There we are. Perfect. So that will be our vegetable farm. Seafoam was there. They've disappeared. Poof. Just like that. What do you mean biofuel? This is not biofuel. This is grain. This is where we're getting our bread. What are the people supposed to eat? We have actual fuel over there. Don't waste that with biofuel. Also going to go ahead and just expand this out a little bit more over here. Marvelous. And we'll pull this right up to the edge. Again, the more grain we can harvest, the better. Wonderful, wonderful. Alright, now, just to finish this off, I need to build those livestock back. So what I'm going to do first, let's build a little road that goes around It's not quite tight enough, but that's fine. Need to put some houses around there. And then we're going to build this right here. And we want to make sure we have the road figured out first, because this game will punish us otherwise. So we'll build that, and then we'll pull that into here. Just fine. Now we have to skirt around the road, just ever so. I wish the game could just figure out, just don't build the road into the thing, but no. Just making the smallest little micro adjustments. We want this to be as large as possible. Oh dear. I completely missed there. The most efficient way to do it is probably just to build out these big triangles, like so, and then pull to the sphere. Or the circle, rather. This is not a sphere. We need to make sure that we have it tight to the road as we can be. There we are. Now, just pull it down to the bottom there. You bastard. Don't you dare deny me. Okay, there we go. And now we have a livestock farm. I'm sure people will love that. And because we know that everyone loves these single family homes, we'll just put a bunch of them right here. Oh my god, the fire's just raging. This is not good at all. Oh dear, the gas station's on fire. Oh dear, the petrol is just going to go right up. Oh, this is bad. This is very bad. Maybe we should build a garage here, so that there's another fire truck. And perhaps consider... Oh no, we can't do that yet. Wonderful. Things are going to burn down. That's fine. That's absolutely fine. It's alright, there's nothing of value here. This is just the suburbs. If the suburbs burn down, then, you know, they get what's coming to them. Hello, Reverend. Welcome back. You did indeed pick the perfect time, as we watch suburbia go up in flames. It does especially make sense for the fire to be going in a ring here, because this is just a ring of trees and it started basically in the center. Although, I suppose the wind would be the main factor. I don't think there is wind. As of yet, at least. These are supposed to be row houses. I did not want these to be medium density. Let's change that quickly. And also, let's put another little building back here. And by little building, I mean, you know what? I don't want a skyscraper there, so that's more medium density. Oh, somebody died in the fire. Oh no, it's traveling to the other forestry. Oh my god. How are we not losing so much money? Our forestry in one of our major industries is just going up in smoke, literally. It's a miracle. That we haven't, you know, dipped far into the red. Perhaps it's because our quarry is over here. Nice and safe. How's it coming along? It's already upgraded to level 3. It's well on the way to level 5. Lots of employees working here. Well, we've been making a lot of money. I mean, we started the stream off at $5 million, and now we're up to almost 7. I'd call that rather successful. Why isn't the fire department putting out the fires? Probably because the fire... Are you teasing me, JC, with how I pronounce the word fire? It's probably because there's only just one small fire station here next to the blazing inferno. Wonderful. Oh my goodness. Do we have another fire station anywhere over here? I think we might need a second one. Just right here. And we'll put a garage on that as well. We can afford it. What we can't afford is for this to burn down the entire city. The office district over here is really coming along. Evidently the people here don't mind living right next to the subway yard. Well, they don't live here actually, so that's probably it. It's not quite so bad. Part of me wants to just sink the subway yard, now that I think about it, but I'm not sure. I don't want the building sunk, because it needs to be right next to the road. I would love the building to be risen up, and rather all these tracks be in a little bit of a lower position. How does my voice sound just like you imagined it? Well, Tilpsel, evidently you just willed my voice into existence as it is. It wouldn't do for me to sound any other way. Your school was right next to the subway yard. Interesting, JC. You'd think they'd want students further away. Be rather distracting. The city is slowly growing, and again, fingers crossed. You know, I don't want to say it and curse myself, but we haven't had a crash yet. Give them a little roundabout here. I think that'll be a good idea. I don't know about right here, though. Traffic here isn't actually that bad, but adding a slight roundabout might make it better. So let's do it. Now, we are making, as I said, a fair chunk of money. Oh, and this is full. So let's go ahead and extend out the university. Absolutely vital. I really wish that there was sort of a radius around these buildings, and that you could place these items within the radius, even if it wasn't exact, because, well, the building needs to be surrounded by roads, but it also has to have room for all these extensions and such. Now, the dropout rate is 1%, and the average time to graduate is 15 months. I think that's rather good, all things considered, for a university. So we don't really need the library, but it would look nice, wouldn't it? I'm all about the aesthetic. Let's cut down a few of these row houses and build a skate park. I'm sure they'll love that. Not the people living there, of course, but the people who are living in the houses around that. How's the fire coming along? It is spreading through suburbia. People are dying. Oh god. All these people are dying. 15 months for a degree. God, I wish it was me. Do you have the consent to tease me mercilessly? Well, you can try, JC. I'm not easily teased. This is quite bad. There's so many dead bodies. We might need to build a crematorium here. Just add to the fire. Yeah, let's just add to the fire by building a crematorium. Perfect. It's on. Okay, we can't put it there. Let's put it right here, actually. That seems appropriate. Right there. I'm going to unzone that as well. No zoning here. Just a crematorium. I don't think a building is necessary with all these flames. For some reason, we have to actually pick up these people who died in the fire, and then we have to bring them over here and burn them more. Toasty. How is this still getting so much worse? We've removed half of the not half. We've removed actually 2/3 of the sewage outlets here, And it just keeps spreading and getting worse. Maybe we just move this completely. I think that's probably the option. Let's just move this over here. We're going to have to pipe it in, of course. Okay, that is not connecting whatsoever. There we go. It doubles back a little. Oh, it didn't connect there either. What the hell? Okay, you know what? We're just going to delete this. We don't need a sewage outlet. We have a sewage treatment plant here. Okay, we'll just leave that. Or not, because it is really insistent. There we go. That, I think, is handling all of our processing. Yes? It is for now. We can upgrade it later if need be. So we can upgrade it now. Advanced filtration system. Increases the sewage purification rate. So let's do that. Sure. That works. Alright, money is still climbing. People are still moving in. They love it here. Everyone's pretty much chuffed as chips aside from the noise pollution. I have to save the bread. Thankfully the bread's over here. Oh, your timer. Yes, rush off fairy bites. Get that milk bread. Can't let that be burnt. Can't let your bread become toast prematurely. I'm just going to put that there. I think that looks nice. How do these people feel? They're happy. The internet service out here is unreliable, however. Can we fix that for them? Give them a little, do they have a tower? They don't. They have no internet over here. Well, let's fix that for them. How else are they going to find their lover on Farmers Only? How is the internet over here? Not that good on this side. Okay. Well, this building seems to have collapsed, so let's just replace it with a cell tower. Or a radio mast, or whatever. No internet is torture. It's true. Can't make them suffer like that, especially their rural living. And when you're living out in the middle of nowhere, you absolutely need the internet to feel connected. I'm tempted to reopen the prison. Not that we desperately need it, but my god, there's so many bodies here. At least the fire at this part of town has been put out. Over here, still a bit of an issue. You know, but this part of town, everyone's already dead. It's fine. There's just a line of corpses. Oh god. We're going to delete this, we don't need it. Is there a particular reason people don't want to live here? Or did I just not zone it properly? It's probably just because it's filthy, in all honesty. Oh! And the game has crashed. It has happened. Let's wait for the program to respond. We'll see if it'll sort itself out. When did I last save? Well, we have autosave on, so at the very maximum... Oh no, the game did close. At the very maximum, 10 minutes ago. Which isn't the end of the world. Although we might have to watch everyone, you know, be set on fire again. We'll have to resume. That is the end. I mean, I suppose it is the end of the world. I got so far and risked it all, but in the end, it just didn't even matter. Again, at least we have the autosave. What happened last time was catastrophic. Have I eaten my smoothie yet today? In all honesty, I haven't had smoothies in a while. I threw out my blender during the move because it wasn't a very good blender. It was falling apart, and there was a blender here, and I assumed it would be an easier, smaller blender. It's a little bit large for me. I'm going to have to probably purchase a newer, smaller one. The current one, it's one of those proper blenders, which means unless other people are also going to have smoothies, I really don't want to make a mess of it. Whereas previously I had a magic bullet, which was very easy to clean, and made just the right portion size. It is a biggie, yes. Alright, let's load the game. Autosave. Pray there's not too much of a catastrophe there. You missed my slurpy smoothie sound, so... I mean, it's not the same, but you can listen to me chug water if you prefer that. Woo, goodness. Oh yes, very big gulps, darling. I'm a thirsty boy. Alright, so, not too bad actually. I think we had just placed this, so it couldn't be that far back. I think we have to still remove these. That's not that big a deal. That's fine. And then we have to get the internet set up over here. Again, very easy. So this is basically all we lost. I'm fairly certain. So as long as the game doesn't keep, you know, crashing like that, we can keep playing. We don't obviously want to be restarting the game every 10 minutes, even if we're not losing progress. So fingers crossed that that doesn't happen. How are things here? Rather good, all things considered. And the vegetables? Oh, this is the grain. This is the vegetables. This company is just called Fries. Right, things are good. Things are good. You know, we did lose a little bit there. And there, as before, a lot of dead bodies over in this area. But aside from that, not too bad. I think I'm actually going to completely remove all the industry over here. And then eventually, we should get some people willing to move in to Newest Jersey. They are so versatile, they go with anything. I mean, they do more or less. I'm not quite as much a fry fanatic as most are, but I do enjoy them. They're very nice with shawarma. That's usually how I have them. Okay, we have a lot of parking lots over here. I think we don't have many parking lots over here, and we might need to amend that. Yes, let's put a parking lot over here. For me, my absolute favourite is not fries at all, it's onion rings. Fanatical about onion rings. Let's put a very large parking lot right there. Okay, that's a little bit too intense. Let's smooth that out. My plan here is just have the train just go right into that. I think that'd be nice. You love most fried things, unfortunately for your figure. I mean, life's too short not to fry things. Of course, frying things also does generally shorten your lifespan. But, you know, it's worth it. There we go. I think that works. One time you had onion rings as a teen. You loved them, but you don't know if you could eat them now. For me, my favorite way to have them, I was just shocked, and this is going to sound very Canadian of me. I once had them served to me drizzled in maple syrup, and it was sublime. And now every other onion ring just seems lackluster by comparison. I don't think this needs to be this thick, actually, now that I'm looking at this road. But, you know what, it doesn't hurt, I suppose, so... Oh, no. That does hurt. That hurts my eyes. Let's get rid of that. You know what? It's fine. We don't need a cross section here yet. Am I in Canada? I am. I am. What is all these roads are red? Generally indicates that they're bad for... Everything seems to be bad for residential, at least down here. I think it's the noise pollution. People don't like it. Tip's lumberjack hat. What is a lumberjack hat? I don't actually know what a lumberjack hat would look like. I know what a lumberjack outfit looks like, all in all. Flannel ear flap cap. Oh, I suppose the ear flaps are quite ubiquitous. They're ubiquitous with so many things. Sure, let's just add some more commercial right there. We're not going to connect this up with this road. I think that's a bad idea, but I want to continue this road along. So let's see. Stop connecting to things. Let's just... Wait a moment. Can we just actually... Oh my god, we can put the foundations... See, this is monumentous. That is amazing. Compared to City Skylines 1, the fact that we can build this right over the road and have the foundations sit on the sidewalk, that's huge. But that angle is terrible, so let's fix it. There we go. Stop connecting to things. I swear to God, this game tries my patience. Let's keep... There we go. We want to build right up next to this highway. Now, my long-term plan is actually we're going to take this highway, we're going to elevate it. That's going to be a little bit on the tedious side, but we should get rid of that. We don't need up here. This is going to be something entirely different, I'm sure. It's a little bit too raised not to be. And then we go up again. We cross the highway. And we go back down. Wonderful. And then I'm going to connect that up with there. Perfect. I like this, but what we want here, we're going to want a curve starting right about this location. Sure. That can go under. Might not want it to be that steep though. You know what? Let's leave that for now. We'll fuss with that later. Town is still making money, at a good pace, in fact. If people are not happy that they were going to build here and I told them they couldn't anymore. In fact, I removed the road they were going to build on. Fine. This, we don't want parking here, so no parking on this street. How do we fix this? No parking. Also, can we get rid of these lights? There shouldn't be lights here. I really don't want that. No left turn. Just don't do it. There's no... Why is this just... There we go. That's a little bit better, I think. Right, but how do we get rid of this traffic light? Because there shouldn't be traffic lights here. Nobody should be turning here. This is not an option. Or is this just a walk? We don't really need... There's no pedestrians over here either. Oh, God. The forest critters are burning, but all is fine. I mean, oh my God, there's a tornado too. The fire just created such an updraft that now there's a tornado. It is also approaching the city. Not ideal. There is a fire station right here that can deal with it. Hello, Luva, my dear. Welcome. You got distracted by cats. You were forgetting that you were streaming. You were forgetting that I was streaming, rather. Well, it's so heartbroken to be forgotten, but I'm glad you remembered eventually. I do hope you've had a marvellous day. The tornado will catch on fire. Now that would be bad. Very bad. Oh my God, and there's all sorts of accidents on the bridge. The Umber Bridge has had a... Oh God. Someone come and deal with this. A semi has blocked up the entire bloody bridge. Oh my God. Well, all the people in the trams are going to just be driving by, laughing at the fools who decided to get in traffic. Sharks in my fire tornado. It's more likely than you think, fairy bites. It is actually rush hour, I suppose, so it does make sense that there's an issue. I'm guessing this semi hit this hatchback and just sent it spiraling across the bridge. Oh, the helicopter's arrived. Oh no, it's going elsewhere. It's going to 24 Sheffield. Can I go to Sheffield Street? I want to see it. Show me this. There it is. 24 Sheffield Street. These people are not happy. There's too much ground pollution. If you didn't want ground pollution, you probably shouldn't have moved right across the street from an industrial park. Food for thought. Perhaps next time you'll consider it. No, let's go ahead, and we're actually going to turn a lot of this into commercial. Because the demand for commercial just never seems to be dropping. And I know there's actually not that much commercial over here, so let's turn all that into commercial. Turn all this into commercial. And hopefully that will sort of create a buffer zone. What if we kissed in the spiraling hatchback? Oh look, they fixed the bridge. Wonderful. Oh god. Okay, the tornado thankfully is going the other way, so we don't have to worry about a fire spout. We do have to worry about the fire jumping Umber Street and getting the financial district. That would be bad. Thankfully, it's just hurting the pools right now. That's fine. How is demand? We still need more office buildings. It seems like a constant need. More offices. Well, we can build some more offices, I suppose. Nothing really stopping me from doing so. Can we build a massive wall so the fire won't spread? We don't really have that opportunity, no. We could go through and delete all of these trees like we did before to create a fire break. But I don't want to do that. Especially because this is our forestry area. It will hurt our bottom line. Wondering if I should put anything over here. Maybe more row houses? Maybe. Sure, let's build some row houses right around the college. And then we're going to put some high density right about here. And then all this can be medium density. In fact, we're going to put that there. And that right there. Wonderful. He said bottom. I like saying bottom. Use it as an insult, just point at someone and call them a bottom. Because in my experience, if someone is a bottom, they just enjoy being teased. Seems like an excessively large roundabout. A little bit too large. This is still very polluted ground, but it's fine. Eventually it will be better. Eventually. At any rate, now we don't have to worry so much about the smog just sort of blowing over into the suburbs. Oh, what's this? A new signature building. The Vista Building. Brilliant moves and beautiful design, despite some issues with windows. Alright, so that is a row house again. Where can we put that? Over here somewhere, perhaps. Those aren't row houses. It's a very tall row house, actually, so we might not want to put it with the other row houses. We might just put it over here. There we go. I think that works. And actually, now that I've done that, I'm just going to go through here and build a nice little footpath. Oh, okay, I thought the game was about to crash on me again. There we go. We like to have footpaths because it makes people actually walk around. The thing is, people will not walk on the grass. They won't. They will absolutely just refuse to do it. So, if you give them a footpath, they will use that instead. That is terrible looking. Why do you do this to me, game? There we go. That works. How do I say the word potion? Why do you ask? I say it wrong, because it's more fun that way. It's my philosophy. Just say things wrong. On purpose. And then I occasionally say something in a very correct manner that most people don't pronounce correctly, just to mix it up. The city has the best internet connection. They can download everything I've ever wanted. All that pornography. Just terabytes and terabytes of pornography. Is there any reason these people are not moving into these row houses? Let's just fill that up. There we are. You know, I think this town is just looking so nice. They're addicted to the pornography, yes. They are. But it keeps them happy. Keeps them complicit. Keeps them quiet. Not complicit, content. I suppose they are also complicit in all of my evil acts. Just by virtue of, you know, giving me money. Speaking of evil acts and crime and such, what crime has been committed here in Victoria Street? I'm assuming a robbery because these people are wealthy. They're happy, you know, aside from the crime. Actually, they don't even mind the crime. Doesn't matter. How are things at the hospital? We are filling up a little bit, which doesn't sound like a good thing, but with how much money I spent on this hospital, I consider that a good thing. This is a trauma center. We just plug that right on here. Okay, well we can afford that, so let's just upgrade that. Put a trauma center there. We could afford to upgrade a little bit more, but we just don't need to. Murder. Yes, exactly, murder. We only have... I mean, you say that, JC, darling. The hospital has a very large service area. And, as you can see, it has nowhere near enough people in it. Now, we do have clinics outside the city for medical purposes. We have a few clinics. But within the city itself, we only have the one hospital. Oh, and over here we have a clinic too. One clinic is certainly enough, or one hospital rather, is certainly enough for these people. We could add another clinic over here in Farmville, but I think the people are relatively content. Oh, well they were. How did that just spawn right on top of their houses? Imagine you're living here, minding your own bloody business, and a tornado just appears out of nowhere. Yes, we have clinics, we just, you know, we don't want to have hospitals out here. It's just, there's not enough population density out here. We will probably, once we expand out this way, we'll get another hospital eventually. Not the fries. The fries are doomed. Actually, thankfully, it looks like the tornado is... It spawned in the city, but it's moving out. So that's fine. How are things over here? Everyone's recovered from the fire. I mean, I say everyone. The people who died did not recover. This was a petrol station. Now it's a furniture shop, which is probably for the best. Furniture sells well here. We still have little tiny petrol pumps and all that. The fries might be safe. Oh yes, they're safe. Look, the tornado is going the other way. The people who died don't count. Well, no, of course not. They're already dead. And what's happened here? Oh my god. Oh, it's just a traffic jam. It's alright. Have you people considered just taking the bus instead of clogging up my roads? Oh my god, you bastards. You know what? If you're clogging up Robin Street when there's so many other ways to go, it's all your fault. We can grow new people. We can! And we're growing new people at a wonderful rate, as well as new money. You want to hear more big gulps? Well, I will do just that for you, JC. More big gulps. There we go. You can enjoy the sound of my throat taking it all. All the water, I mean, of course. Does this connect up properly? It better. Oh my god, what is it doing to the road here? I think it's connected, but it's hard to tell. Okay, I do think it's connected. I don't think I can make it any better. It's the best we can do for the moment. Although, there is sort of this little path back here, so let's connect this up as well. I think that looks nice. And then, you know what there is... Oh dear, that's not what we want. There's a subway stop right here as well, so let's do that. And then there's a more direct path to the public pool and to the elementary school. You haven't taken your meds yet, JC. Tisk, tisk, darling, you must amend that. It's very important to remain medicated. Or, you know... well, remain medicated if your doctor says you should remain medicated. A little caveat there. Can we make this all just higher density? What is this? I suppose it is high density, it just doesn't look that big. Money is really rolling in, and the population is just continuing to explode, which I am just chuffed with. We have all this space here, and I'm thinking might want to build more houses here. Now the problem with that would be, there's no demand, really. People want... Oh no, I built low density offices here. You know what, that's fine. The demand isn't very high for offices. Looks like the pollution complaints are slowly starting to go away. I'm going to actually go and make this into... Actually, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to just put some parks there. Put one there. And then, dog park, perhaps. Should, over time, it should lower the pollution issues here. And we can, you know what, we'll just put some more commercial right there as well. Nobody ever complains about too much commercial. Do I have a Staten Island too? Not quite. We'll get there eventually. We could make this newest Jersey into Staten Island, but we can't do anything with newest Jersey. Because newest Jersey is just miserable. People do not want to live here. We can't really have a Staten Island until we get the ferry set up. Maybe over here. The third Jersey was a mistake. I mean, so was the second and the... well, actually, this is the fourth Jersey. Because there's Jersey, which is in the channel, obviously. And then there's New Jersey, which is a mistake, obviously. And then there's New Jersey, which is obviously also a mistake, but that's the third Jersey. And then there's newest Jersey, which is the fourth Jersey, and again, an even bigger mistake. There's 4 of them now, exactly. They just keep multiplying. It's terrible, truly. We should probably build something over here. Don't want to build too much. You know what? A little bit of low density. Sure, we can have some low density housing right here along the road. Along Umber Street. We will replace this eventually. But for now, low density. That's fine. Are you only allowed to wear jersey fabric there? Only during t-shirt time. It's It's a reference I wish I didn't get myself, so if you also get that reference, my condolences. And now I remember why I didn't put... Now I remember entirely why that wasn't marked, because I didn't want housing right against there. Just good JC. Yes, JC, you get head pats, but make sure you take your medication. Ooh, look at that road down there. Marvelous. This is... which is this? This is... Dale Street. Dale Street. It's Dale Street. In honor of Pitbull. This is called Summit Street, despite the fact that it's just a straight road and there's no hill. It looks so peaceful when there's no, you know, tornadoes or forest fires. It's a nice change of pace. I could start buying more territory, and I might want to do that. Let's buy up all this. And then we'll stop buying up the territory that makes up this island here, because eventually we're going to expand in this direction. Sure. Didn't actually cost that much money. You know what? Let's just buy it all up. Why not? That is a lot of money, but we can afford it. Newest Jersey Island. Let's avoid going that far. Now that I know we're in the same country, let us know if you attend conventions. I myself haven't been much of a convention goer in the past. I'm hoping to change that, especially now that there's certainly going to be demand from people for me to start showing up. That goes over our permit limit, so let's just leave it at this for now. We're just going to buy up the entirety of the island. That would be New York. If I do end up attending any conventions, I'll certainly be making it public and letting people know where they can expect to find me. But I don't know if and when that's going to be happening. What happened here? Why did this collapse? What even was this? Just looks like a parking lot. How does a parking lot collapse? Well, actually, no, parking lots do collapse all the time, but usually when they're, you know, parking buildings such as this. Even with a ridiculously high parking fee, this parking building is almost filled. Come to Swedish... Honestly, I assume the Swedish conventions are better than the ones here in Canada. I've not heard anything good about any Canadian conventions. I did attend Anime North twice and was bored to tears both times. There's Otaku-con, or Otaku-thon rather, in Montreal. I assume that's better, and also, just in general, I'd like to go to Montreal, rather than back into Toronto. Boring as hell in Toronto. I don't like this street right here. I think we could do better than this. I think we could build a nice curve that connects up with Garland and over there. So let's actually delete this street. Oh, there's bus. Okay, never mind. The bus route goes through there. I don't want to mess with it. If we do things like that, we will probably go to Montreal just for the variety as well. Maybe we just put an actual parking lot here. Though we have to tear down some low-income housing to do that, and I don't think that's the responsible thing to do, so we're not going to do that. The thing about the GTA is just that it's lost its soul entirely. I blame the rent prices. City cannot have soul and ridiculous rent, because soul is something that poorer people provide a city with, not wealthier people. Toronto has an aquarium. The Ripley's aquarium isn't that good, I would say. Fairy Bites, not that good. We've been a couple times. That's exactly it, Tilpsar, and that's what I found when I went to... whenever I was going to conventions, is that they are big, crowded shopping rooms, and panels. Panels about things that I often don't care about. Have I ever done a photo shoot at the aquarium? It wouldn't really be a possibility. It is quite crowded. And crowded spaces like that are very hard to do photo shoots in. We generally avoid shooting in highly public spaces. Because not only is it hard for us to get good pictures, but it can be a little bit on the disrespectful side to the people who are just trying to enjoy the space. It isn't a bad aquarium. I suppose I just find it lackluster because it is quite crowded. And relatively expensive as well. That's more or less my mentality, Fairy Bites. I just look for opportunities to dress in cosplay whenever. Right, let's get rid of these. Not because these are the only people living on this island. I don't think it's working very well. I want to build another bridge over here. There we go. But can I make that into a proper bridge, please? I can't. What's the bloody point then? It doesn't look very nice. The bridge doesn't work because it's in water. Wait till you find out about most bridges. I swear to God. The ridiculous things this game complains about. You know what? Get rid of that. We don't need housing right here. We'll figure this out. having been to the aquarium a couple of times, the best exhibit is actually one of the least crowded ones, and that's the cuttlefish. And the jellyfish. The jellyfish are wonderful as well. Okay, now can I create a curved truss bridge? Does that even make sense? It doesn't. And logically I can't do it. Okay, game. I will accept that because I don't believe a curved truss bridge makes any sense in the first place, so fair enough. That is exactly it, Yali. It's too crowded and corporate. It is the corporate center of the country, really, and it's just cold as can be. No charm. We're happy to be done with it. Okay, that wasn't working. You know what, we'll go with that for now. Doesn't need to be a fancy bridge. It's not like we're going to have any traffic under it. It was long our plan to in fact move to Montreal. Now unfortunately I don't speak any French. I know that wouldn't have been a complete issue, but also finding work and moving at the same time can be quite tricky. Perhaps in the future that will be an option for us. But for now, we're quite content where we are. There we go. Another bridge across into Newest Jersey, which, again, is a mistake. Nobody wants to be here. Everyone hates it. We've zoned, but nobody wants to move in. Just try this again. Yes? No? Nobody wants to live here. Not a soul wants to live in Newest Jersey. Let's just keep... Let's map it all out. Oh, there are some houses developing right over there. I think maybe if we put a park in here. What do we think? If we give them a park, a large playground, or a large city park, I think we'll do that. A large city park right in the center of Newest Jersey. How do people like that? And then we'll put a playground over here as well. Or not over there. Over here. Sure. Right next to the radio tower. We'll get those kids with the 5G. They'll never know what hit them. Hello, my dear Fiaca. Welcome, my darling. I do hope you've had a marvellous day. Oh, is that a chip truck there? I don't think it is. What are they selling? Are they selling Portuguese egg tarts? Looks like they might be. Well, that's fine. How is your favourite gorgeous godling? Glamorous. I am feeling marvellous today. It has been a truly wonderful Monday. We've only crashed once, and we didn't lose very much when we did. And I will call that resounding success. We are encroaching on 50,000 people. The city's still running relatively smoothly, you know, aside from the occasional crashed desktop. And the money has been flowing in quite rapidly. We still have how many tornadoes? I feel like we're living in Tornado Alley here. I mean, the sheer quantity of tornadoes that we have to deal with. It's just absurd. How is this happening? There's also a lot of dead people in the city. Like, a lot of them. Not too many. I'm assuming, again, it's just senior citizens. Yes, seniors. Not to sound dismissive, but old people do die of old age, and there's not much you can do about that. So, as long as we're not losing, you know, perfectly healthy people. Old people die, they do, eventually. Let's just, upgrade some of that. Ooh, baklava. Oh, that sounds good. Do young people die from young age? Not often. Not in our city, at least. I mean, actually, when you say it, young people do die from young age. If you consider, you know, babies. Babies are often a fair bit more fragile. Susceptible to illnesses. I am going to put a roundabout there, just because I think it looks good. There aren't any good places for baklava where you live. You have to go to Halifax to get it. My condolences. I understand just how you feel, because as I've spoken about many times on the stream, I am an absolute fiend for fartai. It's my favorite food. And unfortunately, the place in town, the only place I can get fartai, the beef comes fully cooked. The steak is just well done, and it's edible. It's edible. It's good enough, but it is still disappointing, as I am, you know, fond of the rare beef. Okay, let's build across here. There we go. We're going to want to start building on this side of the city soon. Small town problems. It is indeed a small town problem, and that's that. It's not really much of an issue because at least I can still get far. But they charge the same amount as they would in the city, and it's just not as good. I agree, JC, I agree. When it comes to steak, in particular, the flavor comes from the meat being rare. And I firmly believe that it should be. Okay, let's just add that. So now we have, you know, another on-off ramp here. Absolutely half yarka. Steak should almost moo. As I've said before, one of my favorite foods, again, aside from fartai, is steak tartare. Steak tartare is just sublime. I'd like to make it someday, but I don't trust myself with rare meat. Rare beef specific. Well, I don't want rare chicken either. Definitely don't want rare chicken. Why are you parking? This is no parking here. No parking. Everyone get off the road. We're not allowed to park here. And you know what? No parking here either. We can have a bit of parking there. I think that's fine. You visited Argentina with your mother. You were quite surprised to see that they routinely made their steaks, I'm assuming that's routinely, medium well or well done. So we'd ask them for rare as they would go and it would be medium rare. My goodness. The cheek. How dare they? Ruin a perfectly good steak like that. I'm not opposed to medium rare either. I do enjoy a medium rare steak also. But I love it rare. In fact, blue rare. Phenomenal. Alright, we were gifted $3 million. We don't need it, but they gave it to us. And 12 progression points. And 21 new tiles. So we can just keep expanding rapidly at this rate. We have a lot of money, a lot of people, and I have had a lot of water. So I'm going to take a little break, top up my water, and I will be right back, and we will continue expanding our beautiful city. So don't go anywhere, darlings. I'll be back very, very quickly, and I will be heartbroken if you're not here waiting for me. Keep talking about steak. Work yourselves up into a hunger. You know what? I like it when you're hungry. Ta for now, my dears. Hello, darlings. I return as promised. I couldn't keep myself away from you. So, we just got that milestone. Let's look into what that actually gets us. We could build ourselves now some underground parking structures. That could be very useful. What else could we do? we could consider investing in some better fire services. It's fine, you know what? We don't need fire right now. Central bank, though. This reduces the price of imported resources and increases export profits. Money is not an issue whatsoever. Technical University provides academic training for the technically oriented, increases the efficiency of offices and industrial companies. That might be good. All of these things might be good, honestly. It's a bit hard to choose. JC really wants me to hydrate. Okay, let's go for it. Let's drink some more water. Oh, there we go. Oh, goodness. Alright. Now, what do we do here? More network capacity, don't need that. The house is on fire, that's fine. We could start working on an airport. I don't really want that yet. Perhaps we should see what's actually needed. How's electricity? Availability. Very high. The consumption's also very high as well, but that's not an issue. Water and sewage. Sewage treatment and water availability. I think that's going to be fine. We can upgrade what we have. Healthcare. The crematoriums are just not handling near as much as we would like. But we have plenty of availability within our cemetery, so that's fine. Garbage management, that's fine. Fire and rescue, average fire hazards relatively low. We're not too worried about, disasters, just let people die, whatever. I think everything's honestly working just fine here. Although, okay, we do actually need more colleges, so let's get a technical college started. Let's unlock that. Promptly. Technical University. And this is going to increase the efficiency of a lot of our things, so that's good. Now, where are we actually going to place this? That's important. How big is it? Oh my lord, it's large. Okay, I think this is going to be going on the other side of the highway. Unless... We could just tear down, but that still wouldn't be enough space. We could, however, contemplate getting rid of one of these forestry industries. I think that might be the solution. Because this forestry it's not in the best place. So sure. We don't need all that. That's fine. Let's build a technical university. So that increases 10% for the both industrial efficiency and office efficiency. That's marvelous. Now this is a little bit lumpy, so perhaps we even this out slightly. Don't want all this land lumpy underneath our university. And now, let's smooth this out too. Actually, I'm just going to get rid of this road entirely. We can upgrade it after. It's fine. I don't like lumps in the middle of my my universities generally, no. Sure, we'll have a nice steep cliff there. I think that works. And then I think this is an appropriate place for the school. Now we will take that Blade Street is 4 wide. I think that's perfect for over here as well. Degrees. Marvelous. Now, let's go and grab it. Now, how much is this going to cost us? The upkeep actually isn't that high. It's only 160,000 a month. And actually, placing it isn't very expensive either. So let's go ahead and do that. And now we can get an oil refinery. Oil that once just used to uselessly lie underground is fashioned into many different substances in this very refinery. Marvelous. Oh yes, look, that fits nicely there. That is sublime. Now, what kind of upgrades does this have? An extension wing and a workshop. Well, let's build the workshop, and let's just go ahead and build the extension wing quickly too, because we're going to want it eventually. And we can afford it. And doesn't that look nice? Looks very nice. Alright, now we have to start sort of preparing the area. We're going to do that. I'm going to actually go over this. There we are. Wonderful. And that'll connect up with something over there. Not yet. Not yet. It looks a little bit like a spaceship, doesn't it? You're right, Josie. Very futuristic, of course. Now, I want to connect this up. With this town over here. So, let's put a little... there we go. It's telling me exactly where to build the curve. There we go. Lovely. A little bit lumpy. That's fine. Now, thankfully, the highway connects this up almost immediately, so that's wonderful. But it also isn't directly on Umber Street, which is good. We don't want too much traffic right on Umber Street. That's a nice curve. Well, thank you, Josie. I do try my best. This game makes it relatively easy. Now, we're going to start building up this area. Foggy Street here too. Let's expand out Foggy Street. Marvelous. And now we can connect a whole bunch of things up together. I'm going to build a nice little path right here that goes directly down to the university. Actually, I don't like that. I am going to instead sort of build a curve right down to that intersection there. Wonderful. Oh, thank you, darling. Oh, let's make sure that's level. See if Holmes has gone and made me a cup of matcha. Lovely. Thank you, my dear. We don't want lumps, but curves are nice. Exactly. You know, a lump isn't a pleasant thing. A curve is. Now, let's start actually building up this neighborhood here. Because as I said, we actually want to start, you know, increasing the density, having some more people move in. Actually, I am going to build... There we go. I like that. And we could put some more low-density housing back here. Now this could be wealthy low-density housing, of course. I could just use this, that'd be a lot easier. Some commercial areas too for the students needing their ramen noodles. Absolutely, JC. We should put that right across the road, in fact. I was going to put some higher density housing there, but I think that's a better idea. We'll put some row housing right here for for the poorer students. Let's put... Oh. Every time the game quick saves, it lags for a second, and I get nervous that it's just about to crash on me. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Oh, are people starting to move in Newest? No, they're not. It's just this one spot of Newest Jersey. Oh, okay, so that's actually going into this forestry area, and we don't want that. So we won't be continuing along that path. How about right here? There we go. We can put some more row housing over here. Wait, was that row housing? It was. Okay, perfect. We're going to need some parks, of course. The students are going to want parks. So first and foremost, we'll put a large city park right across the way. I think that lines up quite nicely. At least with that. That pathway. And we're going to build a crosswalk right there as well. How do I do that? Is that in here? It is, isn't it? Crosswalk. Nope, I don't want it there. Bugger off. Okay, what if instead... No, I can't just build a crosswalk literally right there. That's a pity. It's a terrible pity. Okay. It's fine. It's fine. People will figure it all out. Parks or pubs. Unfortunately, we don't have pubs in this. Oh my god, look at how much money we're making. How did this happen? Oh, that's a lot of money. That is an absurd amount of money. I think it's probably because the efficiency of all these buildings has increased dramatically. All the industrial and office spaces are now at an extra 10% efficiency. Okay, we're going to build another park. A large sports park, perhaps. A football field. Or an American football field, because we are in America. Sure, we can put it right over here. That'll work. And it makes sense to have one right there anyhow. But I'd also like to build a community pool. Put that over here, just tuck that in that corner. Wonderful. And then over here I'm going to build a little bit of medium density. And some more row housing there. And where can we put this actual football field? There, that works. The bread ended up being slightly undercooked. Oh, I'm sorry, dear. It's a lesson for next time. Bread is one of those things that it takes, you know, a lot of practice to get just right. Right, I have to imagine these people are very happy with this area now. But we still don't have any police coverage over here, do we? There actually is police coverage over here. Interesting. We could build a police headquarters there, and we can actually afford that. Thinking perhaps we build it over here, just on top of the hill. Okay, it's not quite on top of the hill. In fact, the hill has the hill has sort of contorted itself around. So let's soften all this out a little bit. There we go. We may end up moving that at some point, but for now... How much is that costing me, actually? That's a bloody fortune. Fine, I'll delete it. I'm sure it cost me a fortune just to build it. Yes, $2 million, but I just deleted it. No big deal. I don't want to be spending that money. Fuck the police. I don't think we need extra healthcare over here. We don't. Okay. Well, it is a technical college, so we probably want to make sure that we have a radio tower out here. So whereabouts shall we place this? I'm going to put the radio tower right over here. Wonderful. Alright, this technical college it's costing us a fair chunk of money, but it's going to really help us out in the long term. And we are still making a fair chunk of money anyhow, so it's not really an issue. Newest Jersey, still very filthy. Is there anything we can do about this water now? Processes sewage and purifies it of pollutants. I don't think that's going to help us too much there. This city has the most amazing healthcare, it's true. We have one hospital, and that's amazing. It's amazing to these people. You know what? I don't like the idea of the police station being here, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this road and connect it up with this one. Oh, goodness. Or not. This hill is a little steep. And I don't really want to mess with it right now. No, we'll figure that out later. Right now, we don't need to be expanding anyhow. In fact, if anything, we need to be expanding out our commercial. People still want more commercial. While we're doing that, though, let's look at this oil refinery. This somehow increases the university graduation chance, and the 5% interest in university, and a 2% industrial efficiency. Oh my god, it's huge. I mean, I suppose it makes sense that it is huge. It is an oil refinery. What is it overlapping here? Is anything we can move? Just this tram track. Okay. We can't do anything about that. Please just connect up. What? What is this? What are you doing? I hate that. Why have you decided to do this? Okay, let's just... We can't even fit the refinery there anymore. Can we fit the refinery down here? That might be good. Oh, actually, it's just going to blow the smoke directly at everyone. Well, that's not fun. Can I put a smaller road here? And see if that works. JC took their meds. Well, good JC. Now JC gets all the head pats they could want. Can I? I can't. Okay, you know what? I have so much. I have so many tiles. Let's just purchase that. That's fine. And then we will shift this over to there. That still requires car access. Okay, so let's now, thankfully, it doesn't cost us any money to build and just demolish that giant oil refinery. It's fine. Okay, and then we place it back again. Wonderful. I mean, it makes sense. This is where we're getting all of our oil. We should have the refinery close by. Now, that doesn't cost us any money. And in fact, it will just make money. That's it. It's purely a boon. No downsides whatsoever. Which is a little bit absurd. Can I also just, there we go. Right around the exterior. There we go. I feel like a factory that big sort of deserves it. Now, how are things going here? This will produce air pollution, so perhaps we get that. And this will give us more fuel storage. So we might want a few of those. And then I'm going to go and put some more industrial just along the exterior here. Because we need it. The demand is high. Now, how are things going over here? There is a traffic jam. Everyone wants to get to the new technical college, it seems. To that end, I am contemplating whether or not, actually, rather than contemplating, let's just see if we can actually do it. We can't. If we put a tiny little roundabout here, okay, that's not going to work. Linden Street isn't happy with it. Alright, you know what? There are multiple paths that people can get into the city from, so if you're stuck on that one, just go somewhere else. Elvelia, darling, how are you doing? Goodness, thank you ever so for subscribing. 9 months. How the time has flown. I feel like I haven't seen you in ages, my dear. Do hope you've been well. JC took a bite out of a tomato and it squirted all of its juices on the other side. Oh no, JC's turned into Denethor. We're going to build another sort of on-off ramp here because, frankly, I think people need more routes in and out of the city. See, it's so much easier building these on-off ramps in this game compared to cities. Oh no, that's not the right way. Compared to Cities 1. Building an on-off ramp in Cities 1 is a bloody nightmare. This is smooth, easy, highly functional. 9 months, that's a Twitch baby. Indeed. No more Gregonancy required, the baby is ready. Now, hopefully people... Oh my god. What is wrong with you people? There's more than one way into the city! What's happening over on the Umber Bridge? Everyone has just abandoned the Umber Bridge. They're all coming from this way now. Why have you done this? Okay, you know what? We're going to fix this. By building another on-off ramp. Can we make this 8 lanes? We could upgrade it to 8 lanes. Sure. Let's do that. 8 lanes. 1 more lane. I promise, bro. Just 1 more lane. To fix everything. And then over here, let's just upgrade these to, I suppose, 3-lane highways. Why not? They need to hear the news that there's a new way. Yes, we need to announce it. Listen, folks, you could just go another direction. I'm going to upgrade this part of the road to also be 8 lanes. Sure. Perfect. And then down here we can actually have a roundabout. Where it all sort of comes to a head. Or we can't because this firehouse is being unkind. There we go. Roundabout. Perfect. Welcome back, Chaos Them. How was your date? Okay, let's curve a little bit up there. And then over here. We go down that way. Now my plan is we're going to add another road here. That's fine. 2 lane. That'll be enough. Yes? Yes. And connect these 2 up. Perfect. How is this still so bad? Oh, you know what part of it is? Because bastards keep parking on the side of this road. Stop parking here. You're not allowed to park. Right, let's fix this. Let's fix this. Let's some nice trees here. Why not? No more parking on the side of the road. This is not an area for that. I swear to God, these people. Now, it does occur to me we do need some parking over in this area for all the students. So let's... Actually, you know what? I think I'm going to invest in underground parking garages. Can't afford that, though. Alright, let's build an underground parking garage. How big is this? It's not too big at all. Wonderful. So let's squeeze this... Where do we want to squeeze this? This might actually be a good spot for it. And then this area here, we're going to want to make sure there's no divider. There we go. Now we continue to drag out this highway. Okay, trying to get the perfect angle. That is far from perfect, but we'll make it work. Keep pressing all the wrong bloody buttons. There we go. Now we just need to lift this up a little bit. Let's get it closer, or not. Too close. Very well. There. Fine. It's a very, very long slope, but that's fine. Now, we can just go and do that. And again, it's very easy to build these on-off ramps here. There we go. That gives people another way to get in and out near the technical building. So unless they're desperately trying to get on Umber Street, which it seems like many of them maybe. What has happened in the city in your absence? Indeed, as Hafiaka is saying, we do have a school. Lump removal. Absolutely, that was important as well. We removed some lumps. How's the money? It's kind of gone back down a little bit, but we're still making it. Still coming in. Yes, we built this marvelous new technical university here. Right at the edge of the city. Education in my good Christian Minecraft server, yes. I know, education is as far from Christian as one can get, but we need it. Made us a big chunk of money until I spent it all. I think we might need a little bit more commercial around here, now that I look at it. It's just not quite enough. Let's put some commercial right in there. Right in between those two buildings. And then likewise over here. Yes, that as well. We did reach a large city. We have reached large city status. Which I think is fair. That does look like a rather large city to me. But it's not big enough. We're going to keep getting bigger. Going to keep this green space over here for now. Quite like it. I think having some green space is good. We might want to consider getting... another incineration plant seems extreme, but... Well, we could probably put one over here. Although my long-term plan is to build an airport over here. It's okay until it's on fire. Oh yes, you also missed the massive fire that happened, I think. That was fun. Everything was on fire for a while. How are things going over here? It's condemned. Oh right, okay, so this one's not condemned though. How are things going here? The people are content. That's it. There's no more information on that. Chaos was here for the fire. Well, that's good. Wouldn't want to miss that. I feel I have to keep lowering the bloody taxes because nobody's improving their quality of living. Okay, how are the taxes here? Let's have a little look-see at the taxation. Can we bring this down? Just slightly. Bring everyone's taxes down to 6%. Let's see if that helps us or condemns us to poverty. We will see. We're still making money, so that's good. They're complaining about the high rent. Well, I can't do anything about the rent, darling. I lowered the taxes. We could kill all the landlords, though. Just an idea. Then you won't have to pay rent at all. Something to think about. Why is everyone parking here? There's not even anything over here. Okay, how much money are we making here? We're not making enough, so let's upgrade that. Let's make that $30 per parking. Landlords aren't people. It's not murder if you do. You're not wrong, Dan. Okay, how is industry going over here? Seems to be pretty good. We need to expand out, probably a little bit there. Can I? Stop. There we go. Wonderful. Just one. Okay. Now let's reach these two together. I want to connect this all up. Okay, that looks ugly though. Right there. So we're going to fix that. A slight improvement. Now again, we'll just fill this all with industrial because this is all just an industrial sector. I wonder if there's ever going to be a way to get rid of all this filth. Is it like other games where if you just plant a bunch of trees it fixes it? So maybe we should do that. Just fill it up with pine. There we go. Since this is newest Jersey and we're filling up with pine, this can be our new pine barrens. And surely nothing malevolent will ever come from the pine barrens. No horrifying monsters. No, not at all. Okay, there we go. No pedestrian access. Well, I mean, probably shouldn't be pedestrians there anyhow. Okay, well, while those are building, let's go back over to the city proper and build a little bit more offices, I think. There are no cryptids or otherwise mysterious creatures in newest Jersey. That's how we advertise it. We just say that. Oh dear. Okay, I think my mouse has just stopped working. That's not ideal, is it? What if I plug it in? Okay, so I'm going to have to play with it plugged in, which is not ever really what we want, but put some more offices right around here. Yes, we tell everyone in the brochures that there's no cryptids here. Don't worry. No cryptids whatsoever. So I hate the way this road looks, so I'm going to fuss with it a little bit. There we go. It gets a little bit wonky under the bridge, but it's alright. No one's looking under the bridge. You need to go clean your tattoo, but your cat is asleep on your lap and you simply cannot move. I mean, those are the rules. You're not allowed to move a sleeping cat. Please stop. Oh my god. My mouse is giving me all sorts of trouble. And the worst part is I'm left it to charge overnight. So I'm not certain why it's giving me trouble. Should be fully functional. Really just beautiful, beautiful skylines. Which of course the game is named for. Humble Street is just huge now. At least up here. Down here it gets a little bit smaller. Fairy Bites, are you accusing JC of wanting to cause problems? Or are you referring to my mouse? Now the wind here actually is going straight that direction. So I'm thinking what we might want to do is actually have a nice little industrial sector right here. I think that could be charming. So let's do it. Let's even this all out a little bit first though. JC is innocent. Right, the population does keep climbing, so that's nice. Okay, that's a rather nice curve. I'm content with that. Now let's go and build another little industrial sector over here. Part of me is wondering though if I want to build some sort of immediate on-off ramp right here, just for moving the industrial goods. Might be a good idea. What if... Oh dear, my mouse. My mouse is definitely causing problems on purpose today. It decided that because Cities Skylines wanted to be stable, it was going to be the trouble child today. This is ducking directly into the water. Brilliant. I don't know why it's doing this. It never does this. I think my mouse might be breathing its last.
about to give up the ghost entirely. Sure, that'll work. That is very close to the waterfront. It's fine. You know, a small flood. It's not the end of the world, is it? Is it? No. Oh, Kachai, how very sweet. You've gone and gifted a sub to JC. That's very kind of you, my darling. Thank you ever so. I'm sure JC is chuffed as chips as well. And a sub to Fairy Bites. How very generous of you, my dear. Well, that is horrible. Oh my god. You've been meaning to for a while, and you just remembered you got paid on Friday. Well, thank goodness for payday, and thank you for your generosity. Goodness, maybe I'll use some of that little mouse. That might be required. Okay, well that's not helpful at all. Okay, we're going to get rid of this. It's not helping. Maybe we can figure that out later. Or maybe I can figure it out now. Just want to get things fixed. I do not know what to do about this. Give me just a moment, darlings. Now it's not even charging. Will this mouse work for me? Oh, for God's sakes. Ah, you know what? I do have a corded mouse here. Let's see if that does any good. Ancient piece of technology. I hate these bloody Bluetooth mice. And I hate the fact that they are just all you can access these days. There we go. It's a little bit small for my large hands, but it does function. So let's go with this for now. It's only ancient if it's a rollerball. The hard-boiled egg mice. I miss them too. So they don't miss cleaning them out though. My God. I just... Now. Now we go. Oh, how lovely! Lady Arkham has subscribed with Prime. Thank you ever so, Lady Arkham. And apparently a hype train has now started. I still don't really know what that means, but it's very exciting. Okay, this mouse is far from perfect, but it is doing its job. And that's more than I can say for the other one. Choo-choo. Oh my god. Okay, this mouse is far from perfect, but it is fun. It is functioning at a reduced capacity compared to our old one. But at least I don't have to worry about it disconnecting every 5 seconds. Why is that an invalid shape? Oh my god, I hate that. That is atrocious. There we go, a reminder to hydrate, and that's keeping our hydrate going. Well, thank you, darling. Let's chug some of this water. Goodness. There we go. I went above and beyond. Not just hydrate, I almost drowned myself. I hope I also saved. I don't have to save now anymore. We have autosave going, which is just perfect. And thank goodness for that, because it was a serious disaster before. Alright, one more little ramp here. Oh, come on. Don't be so finicky. Okay, I think that's good enough. I'll say that's good enough. The damn robot stealing our jobs. I am... Well, when you're drinking that much water, you have to swallow hard. I don't drink water so much as I chug it. But then again, I do the same with everything. Okay, we're actually going to make this all into grids. Because grids, we can pack the things in a little bit better. Now, let's go through here and just make this all into industry. Thankfully, again, this is quite far out of that area. We don't want to go closer to any of this because it'll ruin that. But over here, we can absolutely have a fair bit of industry. And I think over here at Amity Street, we're going to end up building a nice harbour. In fact, I think we can probably do that now. Because I think we have that unlocked, don't we? We do. Okay, cargo harbour. A harbour with cranes and container yards that allow for cargo ships to load and unload. Also stores the cargo until it's shipped forward. Can be upgraded with a rail connection, extra cargo cranes, and warehouses. Well, that sounds fabulous. Also, it is very large. But that's fine. We'll build this at some point. It also exceeds the city limits apparently, so let's just very quickly buy up that little bit of ocean tile there. Now, how much does this cost? Oh, it's quite cheap, actually. All things considered. Now, let's set up the road. We're going to go too wide again. And we'll extend this out like this. There we are. Perfect. Now we have a harbour.
Need a banana for scale.
Okay. Where actually is the shipways? Ah, they're all over there. Okay. That's fine. But in order to reach them, we're actually going to have to buy up those tiles. That's a bit ridiculous. Okay, fine.
We can afford them.
What? How is that overlapping? Okay. Better. There we go. There we go. That was probably a bit excessive buying that many tiles, but it's fine. Let's just connect that up like that, sure. Why not? And now we should be able to connect this up to the sea lines over there. So we start over here. Or actually, I suppose we start at one of them. Let's do that. Start over here. We connect this up with here. And then go over to here. And then we, I guess, go back over to there. No, we can come this way. And then go back over here. Sure. Sounds good. Now this is all cargo. There's no passenger terminals here. That's fine. Let's see how we upgrade it a little bit. So, warehouses. We don't need that right away. We do want the railway connection. Absolutely. And additional cranes. Excellent. Now, how are we going to get this cargo lane all the way around the island? Well, I think the only way to do it is just to do it, isn't it? My god, it is hard working with this mouse. You know what, actually, the best way to do it is probably... Oh, that's not cargo, though. That's passengers. Can we do anything over here? No? No. No. It's all invalid. Oh? No. come on. Look at it. It's so close to working. Okay, what if... Hear me out. What if we just get rid of that? What's this? Nothing. Let's get rid of all that. We don't need this. Maybe we can figure it out later, but right now, don't need it. Barlow Street doesn't actually have to connect to anything right there. I'm far more concerned with making sure that this works. What the hell do you mean it's overlapping items? Of course it's overlapping items. It's overlapping... I swear to God. And then it disconnected again. Okay, that's something. That's all working for now. There we go. Oh, come on. Okay, let's just actually just extend out the land. It's fine. Totally normal thing to do. Just extend out the land. The Dutch do it all the time. And you know what? At this point, I think I'm going to just go under the ground. And then we can drive right through the city and stop fussing with the waterfront. It's going to be a bit more expensive, certainly. That's fine. It's a cargo train. It's not like it needs to see the sun. Why is it in the water again? Okay. So let's just extend out a little bit of that. Perfect. There we go. Now we can hook that directly up to our cargo system. Okay, so you can just go. Don't need to make a big stink about it. Okay. I don't know why we actually have to make cargo routes, but... Oh, you know what? I actually don't think I can... I don't think I can drag them from there, but... Okay, so we're going to have to actually pull this directly from over here. Create a new route starting here. And then this goes all the way around to here. And then back again. There we go. You're going to live your dreams of being an Italian plumber on an acid trip soon enough? What, just playing Mario? Okay, now we can actually, we're going to build a bunch more industry over here as well. Oh dear, there's another influx of, another bunch of death happening here. I think we are going to need another crematorium in the heart of the city. We don't actually have one at all, so let's amend that. Does this create... It does create air pollution, which, I mean, that does make sense to me. Let's just plop it right over here. The crematorium right on the hill. In the hill, even a little bit. There we go, we have the cargo terminal working for us. I don't know how good this actually is for us, all things considered. Don't know if it'll actually benefit us greatly. But it looks cool. And that's really what matters, isn't it? We can actually afford to put a bunch more industry right over here as well. And we should. We're going to make this another large industrial area, because again, all this is just going out there, which is no longer our problem. The air pollution is leaving our city. How fortunate we are that the wind around here is so predictable. There we go. Let's actually click that right there. Lovely. And then we'll have another one of those right there. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. And now we just fill this all with industrial. You wouldn't mind living there, preferably near the fries, way over here. I mean, I can definitely agree. It would be nice to be near the fries. The level 4.5 fries. Livestock farm is really growing. What has happened here? These row houses have been abandoned. Why were you unhappy? Well, you know, the house was spacious and we were within walking distance to the elementary school. There was so much entertainment and the healthcare was reliable, but it was a little bit on the noisy side, so we just abandoned the house. Didn't even sell it, we just abandoned it. I'm actually going to just drag that out there, and we'll put a little bit more housing right here. Sure. Why not? Worst case scenario, we can put some sound barriers. Free haunted house for the elementary school if it's abandoned. Honestly, it's not that close to the elementary school. It says within walking distance, and it is. But the elementary school is all the way over here. This is the closest one. Not that far, but it's not that close either. Let's put some trees over here. I don't want people parking on this road. Sure, let's put some trees down the middle as well. More trees. Can't have too many trees. There's no power over here. Interesting. Oh, I see. It's because the power doesn't go along bridges, does it? We're going to need to get some sort of, where is it? A transformer station, aren't we? Okay. Where can we put that? If it does go along bridges, it is a very long way away from the rest of the electric grid. So, I do understand the need. Okay. Now, where is the nearest power outlet? Is way down there. But that's fine. We could just go under the ground, and it costs a lot more money to build, but it also looks a lot less ugly. So, what is that? An electricity bottleneck. No? Okay, we fixed it. Oh no, you know what? It's because this all requires higher voltage electricity.
Oh, it's absolutely true. I was attending where we lived before. It was quite noisy, and we didn't want to live there anymore, largely for that reason. But at the same time, according to their own measurements, that is a very minor issue. If it was a larger issue, it would be rated as such. People are very happy in this city. I mean, they're very wealthy, it seems, at the very least. Well, does that mean that some of these buildings are getting upgraded at all? They are moving towards upgrading. That's good. Just content. Small homes. I mean, everyone else seems to think the homes are quite spacious, so... It was the cutest sneeze. Thank you, good try. You know... I have to have a sneeze that's as charming as me.
How is public transport going?
I'm very curious.
But the subway is transporting 16,000 people a month. That's good. That's very good. In fact,
41,000 of our citizens are using public transportation, out of a total of 54,000. That's big.
much of our cargo is being moved by trucks. We don't really want that. Trains are good, though. I'm hoping boats will continue to be beneficial in time. We really want to move away from trucks. That's
Probably one of the reasons we have any traffic at all. Though I don't see any semis right here. Okay, these people are not happy about the air pollution, but this is the industrial area, so, you know, it's kind of what you get.
Oh, we actually have no industrial demand right now. That's a new one. Right, let's build a few more commercial buildings about. There we go. Some over there as well. You people. You bloody people. Okay, I think here we're going to need, because this is such a high traffic area, we are actually going to need an underground parking garage. So let's put that right there. In fact, I'm going to build a couple of underground parking garages. How much do they cost each? 40,000 a month. I mean, we can afford that. Where else is parking sort of at a premium? We don't have any parking over here, so let's fix that. Another underground parking garage right over here, maybe? No? There. Like that. Well, there's not much demand right now for anything. Is there some particular reason why these houses just won't build? I'm uncertain. We might want to build another tram right along this road at some point. I don't think we need it right this minute, but we are going to want one eventually. It's a major road. It's arterial, as they say. An arterial road. We do have to actually make sure the parking fee is, reasonable. And by reasonable, I mean incredibly high, so that we can make money off of it. So many people in our city. The industrial demand is just climbing back up so quickly. As these buildings fill in. Now, thankfully, because they're right here next to the harbour, it should be very easy for us to export all of these goods. Now we have all of these roads just sort of peeking out across here. Now I think it's time that we go ahead and start actually building them out a little bit. So let's build them out straight first. Because they're all at different angles anyhow, already. Why is anyone even parking on this side? There's nothing over here. Hello, spiritual, my darling. How was your workout? I'm going to be having mine after we finish streaming. Right, we do a little curve there. And then I want to go straight again. 180 degrees. Just doing a lot of planning ahead of time. There we go. Those will meet up nicely right there. And in fact, what we'll then do is we'll sort of curve it a little bit. Oh dear. Not like that. Heinous. Perfect. Okay, so that will go off into, you know, Long Island or whatever we call this. New Long Island. Short Island. Yeah, just very long roads all along. And then we're going to want an 8-lane divided road. And we will do this like this, I think. Just a very large road going... Oh my god, I hate that though. That looks atrocious. Okay, let's not do that there. It is a silly place. You know what? It doesn't need to be perfectly straight. So let's just go from here and cut across like that. I still don't like that much. That seems like a good enough space. We have another lump. We do. It is a little bit on the lumpy side here. But it's good to have some hills, I think. I think what I'm going to do here, though, is we're going to curve it in. Rather than having just a straight line here. So we'll curve it in over there. Oh my god, that's ferocious. Okay, and then maybe we go ahead and expand this out a little bit, just to make it slightly better. I think that's the case. I think we're actually going to go and do that all over here. This road can be 6 lanes. Again, they're all arterial lanes, so since they're arterial, we need them to be...
I had a big gulp without... without the big gulp. I had a... It was actually... That was a matcha. Little sip of matcha. Just a little sip.
You know what? Sure. This can also be just very long. And then we will upgrade this to be... Sure. That works for me. It works for me aesthetically. Because this is going to be a very high traffic road here. In fact, this should be 6 lanes. We need to be prepared for these, for the traffic here to just get out of control. Perhaps not this one. Do I ever slurp when I sip? Not if I can help it. But I slurp when I soup. Almost all the time.
let's put a very large roundabout right in the center of this. Perfect. And again, this isn't even really the start. This is just the very framework. A soup stream. What do they call it when you eat a very large amount of food on stream? A mukbang or something like that? I've never watched those. I've never understood the appeal. But sure, if I can get myself some good far, I will slurp it on stream for you. Oh my god! Where's that money coming from? There's a lot of bloody money. Okay, so it's about time for us to start expanding over here at some point. People here are complaining about the high rent. Again, they've chosen to live in single-family homes, and then they're complaining that it's expensive. Why don't you move into some of the skyscrapers that we're having a hard time keeping filled, huh? Have you considered that? No? Because you don't have a brain in your head. Perish the thought that anyone should have to actually, you know, think about what they're doing. Oh, that's perfect. That is just perfect. Okay. Although we might want to see if we can get a roundabout here, even if just like a medium one. No, that will. Well, actually, okay. Put that there, and then we pull this into here, which kind of buggers the whole thing visually, but that's fine. There we go. It is atrocious looking, but it is highly functional, and that's mostly what matters. I am still on Tilpsal. I actually am going to pause for a couple minutes though, to step away, top up my tea, and also replace my Kleenex box because I've got a little bit of a sniffle right now. Terrible shame that. But we can fix that. Again, I just need to go in. Oh, look at that. There we go. Brook Street has gotten larger. There we go. We'll make the Brook Street Bridge larger. It's a little bit off kilter. That's fine. We're getting another cute sneeze. I mean, ideally not. Try to avoid overdoing it with the sneezing. Anyhow, I'm going to pause for just a minute, and I will be right back. So don't go anywhere, because I'll be heartbroken if I miss you all. Hello, darlings, I have returned. To see suggestions for a points button for sneezing. Yeah, it's very difficult to sneeze on command. I do have a trick for it, but I don't like to do it. Let's upgrade this as well. I want to make sure all of these have, you know, just a little bit of an upgrade here. I want to improve traffic flow. Oh, marvellous. I have been given a very large box of clinics there. If my nose starts sniffling again, no more issues. Thank you, darling. Okay. Well, money is just... Oh my god. How? I don't understand how the money's flowing in that rapidly. Let's get rid of that roundabout for just a moment, because I want to go and upgrade this road at least to 6 lanes. These are all sort of major streets that we're going to have to deal with. And it's so much easier to do this all now than later once there's a bunch of people living here. Now, very important, we don't really want to build any things right on these main roads. It's going to slow things down dramatically if we do that. Also, we probably want to build some of these 4-lane roads to connecting across. Build sort of large areas, and then we can build smaller roads coming off of these. Okay, probably don't need another connection over there. Okay. And then let's just build that there. And another one over here. It's a little bit lumpy, but that's fine. We don't want the city to be perfectly square, or perfectly flat either. And then let's have this come out like this. Marvelous. So let's start just filling in this. It's going to take a while before we actually fill this in. So we can start slowly expanding, building a few little roads in here. Do this. Lovely. Okay. There we go. Well, not quite. Let's fix that. And in fact, I don't like this curve now that I look at it again. So let's fix that too. We will just drag it up to there. Marvelous. Okay. Time to start putting in some housing around here. Now we don't want to overdo it, of course. Also, we want to make sure that, okay, everything's plumbed. Everything's plumbed. We probably are going to need another transformer somewhere around here. So let's put that right about here. No. There. That works. And we will... I'm going to build these above ground at first. Oh, I accidentally opened up the calculator.
because frankly, I think they look smashing above the ground. They're just very hard to work with. Okay, it does not want to go around there. Let's go underground now. I think that would be fine. There we go. We might adjust that later, who knows. Right now, I am far more committed to expansion than adjustment. Let's build some medium density right in the middle here. And you know what? I think I should build something over here as well. And let's get some small roads, just sort of jutting out. Have those two be connected up, that's fine. And in fact, you can go all the way over there. Oh, your cat prefers olives over over catnip. That's adorable, JC. Oh, you know, I was so chuffed the other day because Seafoam hates olives. They've always hated olives. It's one of the few things that they just will not eat. Turns out, though, they've never actually tried Kalamata. And we managed to convince them to try Kalamata olives. And they adored them. It's always nice when someone's able to find that they do in fact enjoy something when they thought they didn't. Okay, let's actually get rid of this for now. Hey look, it's a computer mouse. You feel the same way, Kachar. You love the Kalamata, but you just can't handle the other ones. I mean, personally, I do prefer Kalamata. I enjoy all olives, but I do think Kalamata are the best olives. We will see how things come over here. Now, we are going to need to start building a few more things over here that aren't available yet on this side of the city. I think we don't have any elementary schools anywhere near here. So let's actually get one of those established sooner rather than later. That's something we might want to put on a main road. Or perhaps... You know what? We'll get rid of this, and we'll put it right there. And that's a perfectly appropriate place for the school. We will quickly expand it, because we're absolutely going to have to. We put playground right there. A nurse right over here. God. Okay. Let's not have it go all the way over there, please and thank you. Okay. I now realize why I didn't use this mouse for ages. The buttons do not want to work for me. Can we just unzone everything there? No? We can't. Okay. Well, that's fun. Fine. We'll just let all those businesses down there fail. It's fine. You got engaged in Greece. Oh, that sounds lovely, Kachan. I've always wanted to visit myself. Spend some time in Cytheria. You know, the Earth version, not the space version I'm from. Right, we actually do need police over here. Now the thing is, there's a lot of space over here, and I think it's the perfect place to put down our big old police headquarters. Very centralized. It's going to be expensive, certainly. But I think worthwhile in the end. Okay, that looks a little bit better. Okay, we're also going to need a high school over here, won't we? Our elementary schools are actually operating close to capacity, which might be a concern eventually. Okay, let's put the high school right up here. There we go. And we can put, you know, another big American football field or whatever behind it. There's plenty of space. Then we need a school library and an extension. Obviously. This is all going to be... This is very expensive. But we're laying the groundwork here. And we will... You know what, actually, we don't need the medical clinic because the hospital range is just so good. But we are going to want a fire station. It's relatively expensive, an actual fire station. But I think we should probably get it nonetheless. So let's build that. And we will unlock a proper fire station. And that will help us, you know, not burn the entire city down. As fun as that does sound. Okay, let's drag out Linden Street here. I want to make sure we have a nice sharp angle. Wonderful. Now, one thing I'm noticing, we don't have any parks over here. Just none. So we're going to have to amend that. Let's start with a nice public swimming pool. Right there. I think that's a perfect place for it. Another football field. Could be quite good. There we go. If we go right next to the fire station. Oh no, JC! You finished your olives! You poor dear. You have my deepest sympathies. Can I just connect that up there? There we go. That works. Doesn't make traffic worse at all. No, everything's fine. Okay. Hospital and the hearses. Now, I think we're going to want to get another cemetery over here. Although this cemetery still just barely has anyone in it. Now, these people over here, we can offer them some low-density housing, at least for a while. I know everyone just loves their low-density housing around here, so... At least until this city becomes a little bit more advanced on this side. We can go ahead and place a bunch of these small houses. Making you crave olives, Bloody Rose, where there's worse things to crave. Olives are a delightfully healthy snack. You know, as long as one doesn't eat an entire jar at once. Which I have done. Blood, for instance, well, I mean, I'm always craving blood, so... Don't knock it till you've tried it. Oh, yes, it's almost midnight, which means the stores are closed. Well, that is rather unfortunate, certainly, darling. We don't have any parking in this part of the city either, so let's build a nice underground parking lot right over here. Marvelous. We do need more parks, don't we? Large playground. I think we already have a playground here, but we'll get another one for the kiddos. Because I'm just so nice. That is a terrible position. Okay, let's move this. There we go. Bit better. Now, a large plaza. We are going to want another one of these, aren't we? Oh, that's perfect. Yes, it can go right there near the soccer field. And a large city park. We will put this right there. That's a nice place for it. And then, what do we have over here? Proper landmarks, which we have the money to build now, actually. We might want to consider some of these. A botanical garden, for instance. Wouldn't that be smashing? But we might want to put that somewhere else. Notre Dame. We could build Notre Dame. Should we build Notre Dame? It's actually very expensive, so probably not. National Gallery of Art. That might be nice to have somewhere. Is this the London Eye? Not honestly certain. Thought we'd find a better place for that though. Grand Hotel. This provides a fair bit of indoor recreation, really. We might want to build this somewhere nice. What happened to the forest fire and burning the burbs? The forest fire killed a lot of people. It killed a lot of people and destroyed all these petrol stations and such. But you know, we built back better. And yes, there was a big old tornado here, right over here, during the fire. Thankfully, we didn't get any fire spouts. I'll give you a little tour, in fact, show you what we've missed. We've built this marvelous technical university here. And then, you know, all these sort of row houses to support the student population. And then we built a lovely industrial sector right here, because all this wind is going directly out to sea. Which absolutely won't cause any issues with, you know, the oceans becoming polluted. But, sure. We have a cargo terminal here now. It's moving a fair bit, honestly. And it's hooked up to our train line. And now we have started expanding across the highway. Because frankly, I felt we needed it. I felt the city needed to start growing this direction. It's overdue. We're going to fill in these areas eventually too, but not yet. Oh my god, the Peregrine Bridge is just a disaster. Maybe we should be expanding out this high. I think we're going to do just that. In fact, we have the room, we have the finances. So let's just use one more lane. It'll solve all of our traffic problems. We don't really need that many lanes coming out of the city. No, the traffic coming out of the city is generally quite minimal. They're mad at Poop River. I mean, I would be too. I'm also mad that it's just not going away. I don't know if there's any way we can actually fix this. Because it just seems to be just floating there forever. Unfortunately, the river here, it's all going in this direction, so it's not really going to drift away anytime soon. Short Long Island, well that's over here. We'll figure that out later. We haven't gotten to Short Long Island quite yet. But we've been doing well financially for a little while. Oh, we don't have any cell coverage over here though, so we'll have to fix that. Or internet access, whatever it is meant to represent. Let's get a little bit more blue set up. We just always need more blue. Oh, what's this? The food station. Room for all the hungry customers under one roof. Well, I suppose that's a diner of sorts. Let's build that. We love the specialty buildings. So what's this? Import costs go down, city attractiveness increases, and the well-being increases as well. So that, yes, a nice little diner. We can place that directly next to the football field. Wonderful. Now, are there upgrades we can give to this police headquarters? Extra jails? We don't need that. A garage extension, we will put that there. And we'll build the helipad. Costs us a fair bit of money, but having a police helicopter might be useful. Oh dear, what's happening over there? Lack of high-skilled labor. I mean, it's not my fault. I've built so much in terms of educational facilities. All right, let's have a look at that. Let's see how things are going. College, the Okay, we need a proper college, I suppose. We'll build another proper college over here. College. Where can we build the proper college? You know what? Right here might be a nice space for one, actually. Right at the intersection of Butler and Briar Rose. Oh, and there we are! We've become a huge city! There's a building on fire. Oh, that's fine. Don't worry about that. There's always something on fire here. Where is it? Nowhere important. Alright, we have a college here. I am going to go around and just sort of extend that out. I don't mind a cliff, but I don't want it just right up against the building. And we can actually smooth it out a little bit to look nicer. Okay, wonderful. Now, we want to upgrade this, we want to build that, and then we're going to build the library as well, so let's just place the library right back there. Wonderful. Sort out the lumps. It's not too lumpy now. The lumpiness has been greatly reduced. It is a reasonable lumpiness now. An acceptable level of lump. There we go. Lovely. That parking lot's on a little bit of an angle. That's fine. And just make sure your parking brake is fully engaged before you exit your vehicle. Where JC will be when not at the Fry's farm. We'll have to build a monorail that just connects right from there to the Fry's farm. Okay, now, they definitely want more skilled labourers. Now, we can't do much about that. We have increased our capacity for education now. I think there's more demand for university now, too, there. Okay, let's build another university. This is getting very expensive. Look at how much look at all this. This is a well-educated populace. I mean, except for the people in Jersey, but what else can you expect? We're going for accuracy. We could build one over there. I'm not going to do it yet, though. We do need a zoo. Unfortunately, zoos are not in this game. One of the great downfalls of this particular iteration of City Skylines. The national diet. It's good for recreation, but it's too expensive. I can't afford to build that right now. No zoos. We'll get zoos in the future, darling. We could build a bronze statue. A water park! Oh, a water park. Wouldn't that be lovely? Let's build a water park. Where will we build the water park? Right here. On confusingly named Briar Rose Street. Not to be confused again with Briar Rose Street over here. Or Briar Rose Street. Look, it's the CN Tower. It sort of ruins the whole New York thing that we're going for, but might want to build that eventually. It does look quite good. Very tall at any rate. Also quite expensive, so maybe we don't build that right now. I also want to build this. A bronze statue of me. Doesn't look like me, but we'll just pretend it's me. Because who else here could be worthy of a statue? Certainly not. Biff Ambrose? Okay, Biff. Get to work. Ooh, what's this? Multi-story multimedia. True to a classical style, this office building houses multimedia companies that provide entertainment, information, and everything in between. It looks after tourists that appreciate. Oh, its looks attract tourists that appreciate a timeless classic. I'm not doing well with reading today, I must say. How tall is this? It's not that tall. What is it? Okay. University graduation chance increases. 5% increase in interest in university. Don't really care about that. Well-being increases within, what's that? 1 kilometer. Okay, so it's just going to be the people around here that this was going to help. But that's fine. Can I fit it? Fit it right in there? Maybe? Yes? No? No. Where else should I put it? Right over here, actually. This seems appropriate. There we go. It's the lack of olives. I haven't had enough olives, it's true. Kachai says, bedtime for me. Please wish you a nice... Of course. Have a wonderful sleep, Kachai. You have to sleep on your back and not move, and your ADHD already hates that. I mean, I understand entirely. I can certainly relate with that. So, best of luck sleeping, my dear. May you have a thorough rest. Try maybe pinning yourself between some pillows. I always find that rather helpful. Rest well, darling. Oh my god. What is wrong with you people? There's a traffic jam here. Can we get rid of this crosswalk? Is there a way to do that? I don't want people just walking across here. Okay, first and foremost, let's make this 3 lanes. And then, I really want to get rid of the crosswalk here. I can't. Horrible. But also, no more parking here. If I put a roundabout, does that get rid of... No, it doesn't get rid of any of the crosswalks. Not helpful then. This highway has gotten ridiculous. People have stopped taking the Umber Bridge entirely. Look at it, there's no traffic on the Umber Bridge at all now. At least it's slowed down traffic here. Oh, goodness, there's lots of people trying to merge over here too. So let's upgrade this. This can also be 3 lanes. Why not? Go ahead. I really wish I could get the pedestrians just not crossing around here. Could I... If I built... Oh, you know what? probably is the issue, is we don't have enough public transport. We haven't set it up on this side of the river. Or highway, rather. Could I put pedestrian bridges? I mean, I could attempt to. And it's worth the attempt, probably. Would you folks please just... I'm going to go underground rather than building a bridge, because I think a bridge might look a little bit overkill here. And then... the slope is too steep, of course it is. You know what? I've got an idea. We'll go under the highway. Under a little bit longer. And then we can surface right about here, yes? Wonderful. Okay, it doesn't look very good, but that's fine. And then... what is happening now? It really just... The pedestrian pathways are not good. Okay, just follow along the back here. And then hook up there. Okay, hopefully people start taking that path. Big gulps. Good idea, JC. Underground tunnels are less safe in the real world. In this, it's not really so much of an issue. People aren't going to take it anyways, it looks like. They're committed to crossing here. I think the best solution here is actually for us to just set up another tram depot. And then build a tram line along here. That's probably the best thing we could do. So I'm going to do precisely that. Let's put that right behind the park. I think that's fine. And sure, a garage extension. Was that a big gulp? Not a big gulp, darling. Just a gulp. I'm not thirsty enough for a big gulp right now. Okay, let's get some trams going along this way. Honestly, it's for the best anyhow. Because this area here has so much foot traffic around it. It has so much, not just foot traffic, public transport traffic around it. So let's start by building some stops. Now we're absolutely going to want to stop over here. This is a wide enough road that we can absolutely do that. So let's do that. We'll have another little stop over there. We'll build another stop there. Not a huge fan of the layout thus far, though. So let's just do this. Going to upgrade all of these bridges and such. We'll build trams just along all the major routes, I think. Okay, and now we need more stops. So we'll put a stop over here. Right in front of the lovely little cafe. Another stop right here. I don't know if I'm going to bother too much with this yet. Instead, how about we get that going? Wonderful. And we can even put... There we go. In fact, I'll put one on both sides, because I'm not entirely certain how well it responds to the ones that are not in a median. Okay. Let's build our route here. So, starting here, we go there, we go to this tram stop here, which... Okay, we need to do it on both sides, it seems. Okay, let's do that. That's fine by me. Zoom in close. There we are. We're going to want one on both sides there. We have one on both sides there. Okay, so this isn't going to be an amazing tram route, but it is going to be a good start. So let's start again. There. 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 And if we could get the people to start taking these public transport options, then hopefully, A, we'll keep more cars off the road, and B, will ideally also keep the pedestrians from walking across. There we go. One route completed. We're also going to do another stop over here, aren't we? Marvellous. Now, we're going to create a new route here, and we're going to just go the exact opposite direction. Okay, no, that's not working very well, is it? Oh no, this will work. We just have to cross the bridge. It's just one bridge, so... And then we go this way. Round the corner, and then we cross back to where it all began. Although we can go down here. Perfect. Marvellous. Okay, so now we have 2 new tram routes. And hopefully that will help with traffic along here. this is getting absurd. Oh my god. What is wrong with you people? How is the traffic getting worse as the highway widens? Why do you all need to go here? I hate you. I hate each and every one of you. It's just absurd. They all want to go here. Oh, now I see what's part of the issue here. Part of the issue here is people are going this way so that they can turn back over here. Which we don't want. No left turns. Okay, where's the... We will set that. No left turns. No left turns. You know what? I'm going to set that as a rule for all of these. No left turns. Okay, I'm hoping that eventually helps solve the problem that has developed here. I'm hoping against hope because it doesn't seem that helpful. It might take a while, though, of course, to get things set up. It does take a little while. Part of me is thinking, though, might be better if I just created these. Swap to this instead. It really doesn't need to be like that. Okay, because I want to keep the trolley centralized. Please, please stop. Everyone, please. This is getting so absurd. Okay, what if? Can I make this bridge any larger? That's a question. That's an important question. 5-lane bridge. Can I make this bridge 5 lanes wide? I can. Okay, let's do this.
Excuse me. Goodness.
Alright, one more lane. Actually, this is 2 more lanes. Because I'm impatient. Again, going out of the city, we don't need a 5-lane bridge. But for some reason, this area has turned into a hellscape. Can I fit a roundabout in here? Will that help at all? It will not. Briar Rose Street will be completely disconnected, so that's no good. Raymond Mills, where do you live? Show me this. I'm demolishing your house. You bastard. That's what you get for ruining traffic. Why are you even over here? Why are you walking here? Raymond! You live nowhere near there. Oh, look at that. Oh, Seafoam would love that car. You know what I'm thinking? I'm thinking that maybe, just maybe, we could build... Okay, that's apparently not good enough. The middle highway. Yes, we're going to build the middle highway, and this is just going to be a path directly into the city. No? Slope too steep? Curve too tight? Fine, we'll fix it. Is that right? No? Okay, again. Not right still. Petty on a whole new level. I mean, that's who I am, darling. And Raymond deserved it. Ruining things for me. Alright, that works. Can I make this into 2 lanes still? I can. Okay, good. Now, hopefully... Hopefully people who want to actually go into the city, they just go this way. Oh look, the traffic has completely disappeared there. It's all moved down here now. What is wrong with you people? Oh my god. Okay, do we need to build another... I think we might need to. Okay, I'm going to build another one of those. Because it seems we might need to. Lovely. Is that visible from the surface? No, it's not. Alright. There we go. Okay, and definitely no right turns here. Or no left turns again. No left turns. They love the crosswalks. It's like they're just going out of their way to just have a stroll along the crosswalks. It's ruining my city. We fixed things here at the Moor Highway. Now they're not using it. At all. I'm actually starting to wonder if if we disconnected the road somehow. It doesn't look like it. But now they're all just obsessed with this road. They're committed to being pains in my ass. Can I fit a roundabout here, or is that park in the way? The park is in the way. Now, I could move the park. It just needs to be moved over slightly. And then, Let's try to put a roundabout in here. How big of a roundabout can we get? That's good. Okay, maybe that will help with the traffic a bit. Maybe? No? Right, they're starting to figure it out. Slowly. Very slowly. There shouldn't be lights here, in my opinion. But what is wrong with you? Don't do that. No U-turns. Is there anything for that? No, there's nothing for that. Okay. We'll figure out this one, eventually, and then they'll just move all the traffic down to the next one. It's a Burger King ad. Amusingly, I am a king, and I am having burgers for lunch, so for dinner rather. Oh my god, now I want. Burger King has those cheesy fries. Those are amazing. Not cheesy fries, mozzarella sticks, and then they have chicken fries as well. Oh dear, what's that? That's not good. No wonder nothing's working properly. Okay, we need to fix this. There we are. The tram was not connected up to the system. Right, hopefully that now means we'll get some... is this broken? I'm genuinely concerned this is broken now because nobody seems to be using it. Okay, there we go. It's working. It is fully functional. Right, the park highway is starting to get a little bit better. I think the roundabout has helped. I don't know why everyone is suddenly going in here. I guess it's because we built a lot of houses here. Now it's a high density area. That would explain a few things, actually. I'm the Burger King. That's me. Burger King doesn't really make sense as a concept. Because a burger is the opposite of a king. A burger is basically, well, the proto-bourgeoisie. It's an inherent conflict, really. Eating some Kit Kats. Ooh, now what Kit Kats are you eating? Are you eating just the regular Kit Kats or one of those decadent kinds that you can only get in Japan? Or through some very talented importers? Oh, the regular still is good. Okay, traffic is not great in here, but also this is residential, so it's not the end of the world. Okay, the park highway has cleared off. Now that might be because it's 11 o'clock in the morning and rush hour has passed. But let's just assume I solved the problem. Let's just assume that's what happened. I've solved the problem. Anyone notice there's no housing available? Well, I've just built all these skyscrapers for you. Has anyone moved in over here yet? There's housing right next. I don't know what's wrong with this spot. I have rezoned this area about a dozen times, and nobody wants to move in. Fine. Medium density, sure. If that's what you want, that's what you can have. Let's build a bunch of skyscrapers just around there. And then we'll put some of that right about there. Oh, The Ember Suites. Ember Suites, luxury homes on top of a clothing store with an updating wardrobe downstairs. Every day can be full of style and sass. Well, now that sounds like my kind of building. Oh, JC, are you headed off to bed, my dear? Best wishes on your sleep, my darling. Thank you ever so for joining us, and I hope to get to see you soon. Many head pats for you, darling. Pat on my microphone for you. Sleep well, darling. Cool voice. Well, I do try, Wiz. You know, could have had a bland one, but I've chose otherwise. Where are we going to put this fine luxury homes / clothing store? Where would be an appropriate place for that? I kind of want to put it down on down in our sort of Fifth Avenue sort of area, right here. I think I am going to do just that. How about right here? Oh yes, it's perfect there. Look at it. I zoom out. Yes, here's a look. So this is the full of our main city, our primary urban center, and then we have our industrial center over here in New Jersey, which is not doing well because the people here are apparently not very good at their jobs. Pity that. I tried schooling them. I might need to give them a high school. All I've given them is an elementary school, so maybe we should give them a high school over here. There's room. Let's do that. Let's give them a high school. There we go. I'm sure they'll appreciate that. We'll give them an extension wing and a school library. Wonderful. I'm sure they'll love that. And a American football field. Can we fit that in still? We can't. Okay. Oh well. We have 2 high schools that do have their own football field, so I don't think we need a third. Although we're not building a very authentic I almost said Mexican city, an authentic American city, unless we have... Oh my goodness, look at that! The eclipsed sun is rising while the aurora borealis continues to rage on. Isn't that fabulous? A little bit ominous, really. To see something like that, you more or less expect that, you know, the Antichrist is being born today. What are the odds? Okay, I want to have a little look-see at our public transport now. Okay, we are up to 17,000 taking the subway now. That's good. The tram, surprisingly, not that many. And I'm actually very surprised at how many of our citizens are taking the train. Because the only transportation trains we have, this one over here, and then... Where's the other? I don't even know if we do have another. I don't think we do. Oh no, there's a passenger train right here as well. I have more people in... You have 30,000. 30,000 was about the point when I started having trouble and the game started crashing on me. I'm amazed actually at how well it's running. I've heard terrible things about this game, but I've only experienced very few terrible things myself. 30,000 is about the point at which the game gets really fun though. I love City Skylines, but I do tend to hate that first couple of 10, 20,000. It's just not as exciting. I need more people? I do need more people. Until the game starts crashing, I absolutely need more people. What do you mean there's no car access? There's nothing here. How can there be no car access? No car access to what? It's just a construction site. Buffoon. Okay, we are also going to probably want to make another underpass here. Or a bridge. Sure. Let's do a pedestrian bridge here. Although the problem is with the pedestrian bridges is that the pedestrians don't really want to do it. They want to walk across the highway like assholes. You're going to AFK in your city late. I mean, that's one of the wonderful things about City Skylines, is you can just sort of AFK for a little bit, let it grow on its own. Especially in the early game. Later on, there's just so much to manage at once. Okay, how's the education coming along? Education. Universities, the capacity is good. College, we're barely there. We are barely there. Elementary school. Pretty good, all things considered. We are getting, I don't know why we still have so many poorly educated people when we just have the most absurd education system. It's massive. The amount of money we invested in, actually, that does beg the question, are we still investing? We're making... What? How are we making money from garbage management? Are we importing garbage and burning it? We were actually making money from education before. I'm not certain how. Again, how many signature buildings do I have on residential? Not that many, I don't think. Oh, I do actually. I have all but 5. Should have a look at those. So the Painter Mansion. I need more low-density housing. I mean, that's going to take forever because I hate low-density housing. CO10 condos. Medium-density row housing. We need more of that. And then the Watanabe Tower. We're going to need a bunch of level 5 high-density buildings. We don't have any of those, really, at the moment. None of the people living in the skyscrapers really want to upgrade. Eventually, maybe they will. I've tried lowering their taxes substantially. Oh dear, someone died at the diner, and they're waiting for a hearse. Why not just cook him up? Problem solved. Okay, I think we need to build a crematorium in this part of the city. Or another graveyard. A little bit large, honestly. I mean, the largeness isn't really a bad thing, but... You know what? Sure. Let's build it right here. Cooking the bot limited edition burgers. Only the finest. I mean, if we built a crematorium, they would also just be cooking the body. It's just, you know, this way at least gets used. Alright, what else can we build here? We can build a mausoleum. We can build a temple. Or we can build the columbarium. I think we'll build the mausoleum. Well, thank you for the follow, Wiz. Throw the dead in Poop River. It's not so much Poop River as it is like a fecal gulf here near Newark, Jersey. Unfortunately, all the water is just flowing right back in here. We can't really get it out. Is there some sort of water purification pump that I can put here? Surface water pumping station. We don't really need that, I think. The water availability actually isn't very good, so maybe we could, we might be able to benefit from that. Alright, let's have a look-see. How much would it cost? That's another important question. Dookie Canal. That's very apt name. Okay. Advanced water pumping station. Extracts water from lakes, rivers, and other bodies of surface water. Pumps it into the city's water network. Okay, it is going to just bring in a lot of money for us. Well, not a lot of money, a lot of water. It's going to cost a fair chunk of change, but we can afford it. How loud is it? That's another medium noise pollution, so we might not want to have it too close to anywhere people live. Let's plop it down right there. And then we can connect up these with the road. And we'll also just, you know, build a road. Right along here. Marvellous. I mean, that doesn't really line up there. Let's fix that. It looks a little bit silly, so let's just bring that up, and then we can pull the road out. Always pressing the wrong bloody button. There we go. Now it at least somewhat connects up. Oh my god, look at that. That looks ridiculous. What if I connect it from this side? Hmm? There we go. Much nicer. Off to bed. Have a marvellous evening, Wiz. I hope to see you again in the future. And hopefully your city keeps growing. Much as ours is. Well, growing, but also the people are dying. So, how fun. Oh my, there's a cliff there. Okay, maybe we can smooth that out slightly. Just sort of even things out. Ever so. And then we come along with the smooth tool. There we go. I think that's far better visually. Now, how many hearses do you have? 15. And that's acceptable. These people are going to want some low-density houses, so let's give them some low-density houses surrounding the graveyard. Everyone loves living right next to the cemetery. No question about that. The dead make the most wonderful neighbours. Okay, how are things going here? Looks like there might be some issues down here at the hospital. Well, we have more than enough ambulances. Absolutely, more than enough. The industrial section down here. How's this doing? Not bad, really. Seems like there is still some demand for more industrial, but the problem is we don't have enough people to work it. There's a lack of labour. How is this water pumping station operating? That's what I'm curious about. Where is it? All the way over here. You lived beside a cemetery from like 4 years old till 3rd grade, and you used to hop the back fence and go out there to play all the time. I mean, relatively safe place to be. Welcome back, Luva, darling. How are you doing? I was thinking I might build a nice little you know, residential community right around here. And then we just come all the way over here. Connect that up. Oh, that is lumpy. And as we have discussed, lumps are simply not acceptable. There we go, that's good enough. There we go. So this will be, again, low density, just around here. Won't be the nicest because it will be right under the highway, but that's fine. Oh my god, look at all the bloody bodies! And again, it's not that I'm, you know, the people are dying because they're sick. One of the things about this game, and it very much applies to real life as well, is people do die in waves. So, you know, as the city expands rapidly at a certain point, much like I just built all this population here will age at roughly the same pace, and eventually, they'll start kicking the bucket, all at the same time. I don't like these houses here, let's get rid of those. Can't actually get rid of them. Bugger. I'm going to have to figure out my other mouse because the right mouse button on this is not working very well. They are all dying, it's true. All the old people are dying. I don't feel bad. Because, again, people are perfectly healthy. It's just the old people are doing what old people do. It's what they do best. Oh god. That looks atrocious. No, 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 no. Everyone out of here. Oh god. Okay, what if I just do this? No? Okay, I'll have to swap to my other mouse eventually. Once I figure this all out. Once I've got it charged again. Wait, is it working again? What the bloody hell? This mouse is working again. How did this happen? It's not even charged anymore. It's not even plugged in. I'm so confused. But sure. Let's get rid of... I don't want to get rid of the whole thing, but we're going to shrink these houses. We don't want them to be so long. It hasn't even been charging this entire time. I just went and looked at it. The lights are all working. Well, now I'm using it. God. Somehow it's more frustrating that it's now spontaneously decided to work. It's incredibly noisy. Well, too bad. That's just the worst part of our city. It's just a noisy city. It's a simple fact. New Cytheria is a noisy city. Okay, well, you know what I want to put right here? I'm going to put... the straight path. A pedestrian street. Right along there. I'm going to do it over here as well. And then let's extend that out this way. Oh dear. Okay, I didn't recognize there was a hill there. Let's just smooth that out. Again, we can sort of back that against the highway. It's fine. And now, yes, put that like that. Now I'm going to create a nice round little. Okay, well that's about as good as I can hope for at this point. There we go. Now this is all pedestrian, which I think is wonderful. And because it's pedestrian, we don't actually have to worry about traffic too much. So I'm going to put one high density building right here, and then all these other ones medium. Actually, let's just take that. Oh no, that should be that. Wonderful. Because I really don't want to have these massive areas next to the highway. Unused space. Now, will it be obnoxiously loud for the people living here? Of course. But they're poor people. So, who knows? If they want things to be better, they need to give me more money. This is my city building philosophy. But let's max out this highway while we're at it. We'll max out the highway. Okay, we don't want that. That doesn't look very good. And then, because all of these people... Oh, okay, the other mouse has died. Let's return to the corded one. My god. Alright, let's build some sound barriers. Get these people to stop complaining about how noisy things are. I mean, it might not just be the highway even, who knows? But we're going to build some sound barriers and hope that does make a little bit of a difference. They have to be poor, they don't even get a road that expects them to have a car. Exactly. They can't have money. Well, they'd have a road for their cars. Okay, let's just go around here. Now, we want to go and upgrade the bridge as well, don't we? 5-lane, one-way suspension bridge. Let's just do that. Again, we have so little traffic leaving the city. But We want them to both be the same size. It does look good that way. Actually, you know, we have so little traffic in general. I say that. The Moor Highway has once again become an issue for us. But I think that's just an issue because the lights was red. So now, hopefully, things will improve a little bit. Yes? No? Do we have enough parking over here still? I don't think we do. We have one parking structure. Just one. We may need another. So let's just sort of... not in there. What the hell is that? Oh, it's a road maintenance vehicle. I see. I did not recognize the icon. You know what? We don't need it to be a underground parking lot. We can just give a regular parking lot outside the police station. In fact, we'll build two. I am quite chuffed with how this is turning out. Industrial and commercial demand just continues to be just through the roof. Maybe, just maybe, I should upgrade. I should actually turn that into full high density commercial instead of having any housing there. I think that might be a better solution. We'll make that as well into commercial. Not supremely high density commercial, but just some commercial. Now over here, going to build at least to there. The demand for housing is continuing to be a little bit lackluster. We do at least have some high density houses now. I want to make sure that this road looks nice though. And again, if people want to park, they need to pay for it. No free parking. Here we are. It's looking much better. Now let's cover this hillside with trees. Oak trees. Wait. Oh, I can get different trees if I just make it European. Well, that's interesting. There we go. Sure. Let's have some alders. How exciting. Some bloody variety. Look at that. That looks so ridiculous. But I can't actually unzone that now. That looks even more ridiculous. Look, the tunnel's just sort of... They've built their fence just over the top of the tunnel. Their rubbish bin is about to tumble into it. Oh, and I can see through the world over here. Oh, wonderful. Bradley Farley does not seem at all fazed by this. You know what? Let's just get rid of that. It has not served us any purpose, this underground path. Very few people use it. And it just looks so ugly. It is a very weird city. This roundabout is not big enough. Are you trying to... Are you alright? Get on the bloody roundabout, you fool. How bad is that? Oh dear. Can I make that bigger? We can get 2 lanes down there. That would probably make things a little bit better. Not much better though. What if I did that, and then we connect this up directly to the roundabout? Can we do that? We can. Perfect. No, that is definitely improving things significantly. I don't think the double lane is improving things near as much as just having it connected directly to the roundabout. Rather than having to go onto the Hamilton Highway and then get on the roundabout. I think that is a staunch improvement. And we can actually increase the size of the roundabout slightly, so that's good. Let's slightly increase the roundabout. Okay, the more highway is once again giving us trouble. What a shocker. Can I make this 3 lanes again? Because I did like it when it was 3 lanes. It just stopped working for some reason. There we go. 3 lanes. Goodness, look, we've got the tall buildings starting to build up right next to the highway. You know what, for some variety here, I'm actually going to see, can we make these, let's make this into European high-rises. Will that make a fundamental difference? Probably not. But I am curious. So let's do it. Things over here have improved quite a bit. We might want to try filling in some of this space. This is a little bit straight for my liking. Might not look so bad once this area has filled in a little bit, but right now we've just sort of have this this sharp increase in height, and there's no sort of shorter buildings nearby it. Needs to be gayer. It does. It needs to be gayer. It's exactly the truth. Can I even increase these? I don't think I can increase the density of these. Oh, I can. Okay, well let's just do that then. Let's just keep expanding out this highway. There we go. 4 lanes. That'll do. I don't think I could do it on this side at all. Maybe I could do 3 lanes? Might be able to pass that off. Yes, let's expand that a little bit. Wonderful. There we go. We really don't need it this thick yet, but the problem, well, not the problem, but the fact is, rather, traffic is just going to keep increasing. The flow is never going to decrease. Can I make this at least 2 lanes? I can. Okay, good. This as well should be 2 lanes, and so should this. Just the sheer amount of traffic we have. We need it. Oh goody, traffic jams. Can we put a roundabout here? Because that would be good. Even a small one? No? No. Okay. Oh god, what are you lot doing now? Okay, no, we do have to put a roundabout here. We absolutely have to fix this. Okay, there we go. Now, let's get a 2-lane on-off ramp right here, connected up to the roundabout, and right here, as before, we're going to try to connect it directly to the roundabout without the roundabout having an absolute conniption on us. Doesn't want to play nice. It's okay. We'll figure it out. Okay. That's not working at all. Okay, what if we pulled back further? Okay, that definitely doesn't want to work. What if we just, instead, connected that up to there? I've seen weirder roads, honestly. So maybe we just do that. But we're going to fix it up. Make it look a little bit less wonky. There we go. Now hopefully that does help traffic a little bit. It's not ideal, but it may help still. And also let's just, while we're at it, let's just increase the width of it. Ever so slightly. Okay, there we go. That should give people an alternative method of accessing this part of the city. Unfortunately, they all want to go just right in here. Which is not great. Can we put another roundabout there? I think we could actually put another roundabout there, just a small one. There we go. Get rid of the traffic lights. We don't need traffic lights. Everyone just go. Pedal to the metal. And I'm going to put, guess what? Another roundabout here. Solving all of our problems with roundabouts. The light is always green, exactly. Oh my god. They're so slow. There we go. Just make it slightly larger. Larger roundabout. Traffic lights are for weaklings. So yes, let's just increase the flow on Chestnut Street slightly. Oh, doesn't that look lovely? I think that turned out very nice over here. How with parks? We're very good for parks. Except for over here, there's no parks over here. Shocking. Okay, let's fix that. Let's give them a doggo park. For their doggos. I think we need something larger than that, actually. You know what? Sure. Another large city park right there. That building has collapsed. Why are all the low rent housings just collapsing on us? We're not cutting the corners. They might be low rent housing, but I promise you, we're not specifically putting the poor into death traps. Well, maybe we are. Not on purpose, though. I mean, this is all your fault, you people, because you could go, and you're not going. What are you doing? Oh, you're actually trying to use the roundabout. Ah, the pedestrians, they're the problems. The pedestrians are always the problem. They're ruining everything. They're ruining my nice city. Can we just kill all the pedestrians? Make a rule that you're just allowed to run them over if they're in your way. And then they won't be an issue anymore. Okay, people are, again, still complaining about the rent over here. If you don't like living in the suburbs, I mean, this is, again, specifically suburbia. So, if it's too expensive to live over here, there's plenty of high-rises for you to live in. Right? I mean, look, there's plenty of housing space over here. Okay, maybe not plenty, but there's lots. There is certainly more housing to be had over in this part of the city. My goodness, you know what I said to them upstairs? I said I was going to end at around 6:30, or 6 rather, and lo and behold, it is encroaching on 7 now. I have been just completely focused on this. I mean, understandably so, it is such an engrossing game. But it has come to my attention that I probably should end for the day. As heartbreaking as it is to say, is the Kaka Canal getting pumped out? I don't think there's a way to pump it out. I think we're just stuck with this from now. And that's fine. I mean, I'm more bothered by the fact that the people of Newest Jersey just won't move in over here. What's the ground pollution look like? Oh my god. Is there a way to deal with that? I'm now curious before I stop streaming. Is there a way for me to deal Ground pollution produced by... Okay, but that doesn't solve the problem right now. I don't know if there's necessarily an option. I'm going to have to see. I should go get some dinner. And moreover... Oh, recycling centre. Moreover, we have done so much there. So before I go, let's just have a little look-see at what we have accomplished. When we started, this was about what we had, I believe. Roughly this area, plus, of course, the things across the river. And we have expanded quite a bit. Quite monumentally. And the population, the income, everything has just boomed. Now, we still have so much to do, because as I've said before, the plan is to cover this entire island with city, and then see how many tiles we have left over to expand and cover some of these other islands. Unfortunately, we can't quite claim this one. That's off the map. But over here, this will probably be... it's a shame we can't build an amusement park and build that Coney Island over here. I might look into mods though. Does it let you level or change the ground in the water or just above? I could actually see about just filling in this entire area. That is a possibility. Something to consider, actually. If we can't fix this, we might be able to just push it all out and make this, just fill it in. Make newest Jersey. Fill and redig. Yes, we could potentially try that. We will have to see though. I'm going to look, probably see if there's any mods that that expand the sort of stuff we can do in this game. I love it as it is, but, you know, more is always better, right? Anyone who told you that less is more is just lying. Unless they're talking about clothing. And even then, only clothing on. Clothing in the wardrobe, more is always more. I'm rambling once again because I just love spending time with you, darlings. But I can't do it anymore. I must go. And I will see you very soon. We will potentially, it all depends on really how things go. We might be doing tomorrow stream. We might be doing Wednesday. Try and stay attentive. If you are in our Discord, make sure that you have... Less is more was invented by haters. Absolutely verified. If you are in our Discord, make sure that you have enabled the illuminated tag. If you don't want to join our Discord and you don't want to do that, go right ahead and just follow me here and hope that Twitch does its job for once and actually gives you the notification when I go live. It would be a miracle, but you know, stranger things happened. I don't know when, but I'm sure they have. But I will be off for now, for the rest of the day, and I will be eagerly counting the moments till I get to see you all again. So, ta for now, and I hope you all are looking forward to our next stream just as much as I am. Good night, my dears. Mwah.